We'll kick things off. Thanks to everybody for coming today, and everyone who's online. I've got a couple of people online, Annette and Heidi. So welcome. Yeah, it's really great to see some familiar faces and some new faces today. You know, we've been collaborating on the career, sharing our experiences in our project ideas, etc. for a long time now. It's been really worthwhile. So yeah, welcome today. There's been a few people helping out with organising today. So Anna's done a lot of the work, and I'll talk about I guess our partnerships with Tide and the Coast Council a little bit later. But I might ask Heather now to do an acknowledgement of country and also some.
Heather's delegating that to me. Hi, I'm Barry. I'm the work at Dark and Land Council, but I'm a one-time man. I'm one council on the coast. I travel a bit across the place and places, and it's really fantastic to see initiatives such as this that Tide and guys are funding. I just wanted to pay my respects to the clients, and also the adjacent neighbouring nations, a couple of k's down the road. But just when I do things like this, I talk about something that's happening at the moment. I used to be involved in criminal justice, not anymore, because it's bad for person here. So the environment is much more happy, but getting more depressing now. But today is the 30th anniversary of the Court of Investment Custody in the report that we did. And 30 years on, just pop and wonder, have things changed, have things better. We're all trying to do that, and things like this are not better. We should use that to contribute to one condition or any problem, that sort of stuff. So, on behalf of pay my respects to Brian, very much.
Thanks, Barry. It's not wrong. Yeah, but I also acknowledge that you're joining us past meeting and very proud to one of my country today. And I think, it's really interesting going through today. We had a workshop Barry came along to you, and then
I'm working with you.
yeah, so we're working with us. And then Barry ended up working up in the, I think, the NT.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and then we got a partnership with Heidi, got the ranger team up there. So yeah, lots of good things can come from us together. Barry and I both grew up in Dartmouth, so we've got the connection up there. So it's really nice and great to see everyone today. And it is, Aboriginal communities are really part of our program in Hunter, and it's been really great to have some important outcomes. And one of our stars has been Heather, and this is going from strength to strength, and it's done a lot of work with the
Yeah, no, Jess just wanted me to mention that the toilet, if you go through these doors, or you can go through that one,
No, I don't think.
Okay, so if you just go through the sliding doors, just to the left, there's a corridor, and the toilet's on the right hand side.
Yeah,
Just
down
down there. Yeah.
Wherever you need to be.
Emergency exits.
Right.
No,
Don't worry.
emergency exit.
You do the air, one
If we go out the front door, we generally live emergency, we all meet down on the field behind. Go free practice.
It was a joke, don't worry. Chris got it, Chris got it. Well, but the,
Yeah, okay, well, so if Peter doesn't have anything else to add, I can kick things off and, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long, we might not go for that long, so we might start in ahead of time. Good. So, yeah, but really the Hunter Like Land Services, grant program is, in earnest in about 2012, we had a grant from the Tangaroa Blue program, which is run by the Australian government, and yeah, we had a lot of money for about a year, and we got a lot of things happening, and then it all dried up, and we had to sort of work out where we were going to try and keep that momentum going. And so the next step for us was to develop a regional marine monitoring program, and while we, yeah, so and we thought, that would be a great way just to try and keep things moving, yes, and these annual workshops have also been another mechanism to try and keep everybody engaged and encourage action. And yeah, it's been really great for us to collaborate with what is now DeFi. The payments is right, which is great. And then coordinate the community item survey now, which Steve's going to be talking about that, I think. So yeah, we've had a bunch of different projects, but the main one that I've been working on over the last few years has been to develop traffic security reduction program in the East Coast Council OTA. And that's so the council staff recognise that we're doing similar things, actually working with communities and tax free. And when the council amalgamation happened up there, that was a good opportunity for us to put them together. And so now we have a multi-commitment from council and LRF to deliver that project, and we head out with that project one day a week. To be paying business development and right. And we've had an interesting and challenging period to work through. I think we're in the back now, and we're great meetings in our area, so that's right. And the focus of the term is going probably get to yeah, so the focus of that project is really to do a combination of education and source reduction, and that's where the cleanup. There's really a kind of a data provision exercise for the source reduction program. So we identify what items we're finding in certain areas, and then that's what we're attempting to do now, is to work back from that, what our key items are, and identify strategies to address those items at the source and prevent them from getting into our ways. So I know Hayden probably have more to talk about the source reduction efforts across Australia, which have had a lot of success, and it's been, I think, a really great sort of collaboration with Tangaroa Blue. We've been able to sort of do some innovative things here that other people work from, and then maybe set us to sort of find out about things happening elsewhere that we can sort of replicate here. So that's really encouraging. It's been really great to work with Lena and Steve and others on the guidance survey and pick up the speed with kind of the latest research, etc. And yeah, I won't go into that too much. I will just briefly mention about the work we're doing with Hunter. I haven't been directly involved, but Alyssa Rogers, our volunteer coordinator at Cooking, has been working with Jono. I don't know how many of you guys know Jono. He's fairly famous on the internet. From Clean for Sure, and so he's very good mate today. And that's where we started working with him sort of 8 years ago. And he's been working a lot in the Hunter, and there's been removing a lot of debris around Exton a long time ago. And I'm really hopeful that we might be able to develop some partnerships, a similar partnership to what we have in the coast down here. So I was hoping there might be a few more council people here today, but yeah, we'll still be making some efforts hopefully to engage with Port Stephens, maybe Newcastle councils, and try and get a bit more of a long-term program like we've got in the Coast Council, which is jointly funded by each organisation. And you know, there's so much interest from the community down here. We've had a lot of volunteers, so there's a lot of demand there, and some of you might have already been involved in some of those cleanup activities. So yeah, we really want to. I think my experience from the floods up in Manny, it's been that the community is very, very passionate about us in the environment. I was very impressed with how many people were out on the beaches straight away, and council is certainly, you know, very committed to work well with national parks and a lot of other resources, etc. to clean up. You know, I think I spoke to council recently, there's something like 50,000 tonnes of stuff piled at the moment. And yeah, it's been a huge thing, but you know, we've got a lot of community groups that are really interested in helping out with cleanups of the estuary and the rivers. So yeah, it'd be really great. And now that Jess is back, we can yeah, just talk about trying to develop those local government partnerships a bit further down here in the Hunter. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers what we've been up to. We have done a little bit of you know, capacity building and some like outreach events and those sort of things. But I think that'll probably be what happens today. So I might leave it there. And again, thanks for coming today. And got a new baby this time. I'm sure the other one's great. A couple of years since last time. So that's great. The next generation. And yeah, really looking forward to hearing from Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. I've not turned my phone off, and I'm sitting here like more than and Hayley is on the call with us. I'm sure many of you already know Hayley. She's going to add in all the colour and detail that I sketched. So as Brian already spoken to, Tangaroa Blue Foundation has a wonderful long-running partnership with Hunter Local Land Services. And back in 2015, we developed a guide for Hunter marine debris monitoring. And that was a really effective guide and report that came out of it that we're actually taking forward in our plans for 2021. So a few concepts underpinned that report. The first was about maximising the advantages of prevention and early interception. So we identified these 6 sectors from when rain hits the ground and litter travels on land to how it finds its way to the ocean. So they are on the ground, built drainage, natural drainage and waterways, lakes and estuaries, coast and finally offshore. So we'll touch on that a bit further down the track. The second is the promotion of community initiatives and ownership regarding local monitoring, which I'm sure you're all working on in your own various ways as well. The third is the integration of removal, mitigation, and prevention activities, so source reduction plans. And finally, program redesign to enable scaling up to the New South Wales regions and potentially at a national level as well. Hey, did you have anything to add into that?
No, I just, for those people that weren't part of that initial process, I just really want to thank the Hunter Local Land Services for investing in that initial scoping project, because it was quite visionary at the time. You know, a lot of people were focusing on beach cleanups and what was on our beaches, but when you really look at it, you know, and we know the majority of stuff that we pick up on a beach starts off land, you know, looking at it, this catchment model was quite visionary back then, and it's really, you know, come to the forefront with a lot of other research projects that are happening today. So it's just great to be able to continue to build on this initial work moving forward.
So we've pulled together a few pieces of data from the database as of yesterday, the Australian Debris Initiative database. We are at a bit over 18 million litter items removed, or data points now, which is growing leaps and bounds. Really exciting acceleration. And nearing 200,000 volunteers as well. And I think we have, we have about 1,900 partner organizations that are feeding into the database now. So it's a really huge data set around the whole country. Looking at last year's top 10 items, we can see that plastic bits and pieces are by far the largest quantity of litter items found, followed by plastic lids and tops, film remnants, always a top offender, cigarette butts, straws at number 10, straws and cups and plates. You'll see how this correlates or compares with the New South Wales and the Hunter region data. So the top 10 items for the New South Wales state are quite similar. We've got plastic pieces as the number 1 again, followed by film remnants. Similar items, lids and tops a little further down the list, and fishing line comes into the equation this time. Then if we're having a look at what's happened over the past, 6 years, this is a really good visualization of the impact that COVID's had. So I think Edwin is going to speak a bit later to the data found, the official data of the container deposit scheme, but a few pieces of data that we've collected from these items and also from cigarette butts shows the massive decrease in litter found as a result of COVID, and I guess that's a combination of less human traffic as well as lower cleanup efforts. Katie, did you have anything to add in on that?
No, and I mean, this is data sets that we would never have been able to predict that we would be collecting with things like COVID, because they were just so unpredictable. But they're, you know, moving forward, they're going to be quite interesting. And I will just mention that a project that we were running in Victoria, which started in November 2019, where we installed 120 stormwater traps in 6 different council areas. They were across 4 different land use types. So we had 5 traps in an industrial setting, 5 in a public transport, 5 in a shopping centre, and 5 in a CBD setting. And they were emptied every 6 weeks. And the project was really meant to only go for, 7 or 8 months. But halfway through that project, COVID happened and lockdown went into play. So we decided to continue the project to be able to collect a very unique data set. And that project has actually continued to be invested from a local council level. And it was very interesting to see as COVID went into lockdown, what items were the first things to be reduced and in which kind of land use setting, and also which items started to come back earlier. And we were able to obviously map the different types of lockdown that happened in Victoria, because they went through a stage of full lockdowns, half lockdowns, semi-lockdowns, no lockdowns. And so map that timeline across that litter data, which is really interesting. And we're actually working with the University of New South Wales with one of their master's students to write that data up at the moment. But I think that moving forward, these kind of significant events are important to lay over our data sets so we can really get an understanding, and it might help us with messaging and source reduction projects if we can really understand you know, the context in which people are using things and what's happening in the day-to-day life as well.
Okay. So here's just another graph showing you what a significant effect lockdown had on the data set. So now to the Hunter region. This is a broad overview of where cleanups have taken place in the mid-coast, Port Stephens, and Macquarie local government areas over the past year. And the top 10 items for this mid-coast local government area is quite similar to what we've seen before, except if you look a little further down the list, you'll see that glass bottles find their way into the top 10, rubber footwear and thongs, and then vape bags and tackle and packaging. Similarly, in the Port Stephens area, we've got vape tackle bags actually fairly high up the list, and cigarette butts right up the top. Fishing line is also in there, and glass beer bottles here again, as well as aluminium cans. And then in the Lake Macquarie area, we've got metal bottle caps actually quite high up the list, cigarette butts at the top again. And again, we've got glass appearing, no vape bags in this data set.
And Alexis, I will just make a note of that, in that lockdown significantly impacted the amount of cleanups that were happening in the region. You know, and so that data is very biased as to what sites were cleaned, particularly for the mid-coast and the Port Stephens regions where there was only a handful of cleanups that happened. You know, in the past, we've had a lot more cleanup effort happening. So COVID really impacted that effort out on the ground. And so we'll very much bias the data that's shown there. And we looked at trying to do some comparisons of the items over the years, and that bias really kind of makes it not helpful to look at it in that context, because the sites that are cleaned are so specific. So I'll just make a mention about that.
Yeah, and as Hayley was speaking to the Victorian project, you can see the difference that the setting type makes on the data set is so massive. Whether you're looking at a CBD compared to a coastal area, you can find different types of data. So here's a list of all of the contributing organisations from past years that I'm sure many of you are involved in. One or more of these organisations. Thanks so much for your contribution. It's a really awesome group effort. Hayley, is there anything else you wanted to touch on before we have a little mingle in the morning tea?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're running a little bit earlier. You know, I wish I was there with everybody. I feel kind of a bit isolated out here. I'd like to know who's in the room and who's online. Can we do a wrap around the room and everyone say hi and where they're from, just so that I know who's there?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Jess. I'm with Port Stephens Council. I work on coastal and marine data. So yeah, it's really good to be here today. Thanks.
I'm Edwina Fulton. I work for New South Wales DPRAE. I'm in the science division there, and I manage the cumulative item study, which is a marine debris monitoring program that we've got around the state. I'm also convening the marine debris working group, which is part of the MEMA initiative, which I will talk to you about.
I'm Hannah. Whitfield. I'm here doing placement with the Port Students Council.
Hi, I'm Matthew from New South Wales CPA, Environment Protection Authority. I work in the litter prevention units.
I'm Mandy Marshall. I'm the co-founders of Take 3.
Bailey. I volunteer for local land care and cleanup.
I'm here on behalf of 3 organisations. So I'm the part owner of Bureau County Shopping Councils, the part founder of Sea Shelter, and I'm also here on behalf of Hockey, which is those ones in the blue shirts there, who have somehow, I've just realised, missed out, and I just realised right now that it's on today. So they send their apologies, and I'll be here on behalf of them as well.
I'm Rebecca. I'm a facilitation at Port Students Council. I only am Bureau County as well.
I'm Chris, and I'm actually a resident of the Nations, and I'm a resident
My name's Kelly, and I'm here as part of Sea Shelter, and I also work for Bureau County Shopping. I'm Jess. I'm also here at Bureau County and Sea Shelter.
Barry, regarding the new council.
Well, I'm Kashu from Tone, who's the development I've managed the range program for the last 10 years. A couple of our rangers, and Anthony Moore with his arms out like this.
I'm Petter. I'm from Thai. I work in the Working on Country Aboriginal Ranger team, and I'm also contracted out through local land service as a project officer for the plastic pollution reduction project. Oh, hi, I'm Alexis from Tangaroa Blue Foundation. I'm just wondering, did we do a welcome to country?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
You're very good.
Oh, thank you, Ben. And I'd like to pay my respects to Laura and I.
Okay, so that's great to see everybody. And we do have some people online as well. I think that I do know everybody in the room, but if you haven't met me before, I'm Heidi Tate. I am the CEO of Tangaroa Blue Foundation. We also have on the line Steve. Steve, do you want to say hi?
Yeah, hello, it's Steve Smith. I'm from Southern Cross University, marine debris researcher. Been working in the New South Wales coastal waters and other places for the last 15 years. So working with Heidi, with Brian, in fact, many of the people in the room. I hope Ed and I don't overlap too much because we did coordinate our talks for this one, but we'll find out soon enough.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. And we got Annette. Do you want to say hi, Annette?
Yeah, hi everyone. I apologize. I'm having problems with my camera here, so you're just going to have me as a voice. I am having I'm from Mid Coast Council and education coordinator there, and working particularly this year and the last couple of years, obviously with the Hunter Land Services and Pedder and Mandy from Take 3. So I'm very pleased to be here. So thank you. And I do apologize if you're having trouble hearing me. I am having some difficulty with the audio coming from the room. So bear with me if I sort of miss bits and pieces along the way. But it's good to be with you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette. And I might ask if the guys are speaking in the room, if you could stand a little bit closer to the computer, that might help the guys on the other end of it to hear everything that everybody's saying.
Yeah, that might help.
Thank you. Elaine, would you like to say hello?
Sorry, I just had to unmute myself. Hello, I'm Elaine from Waste Aid Australia, and I've been working with PEDA on a project with Cabarita community in Foster, doing some work, and with Mid Coast Council there as well, some cleanups in the creek and wetlands area there.
Awesome, thanks, Elaine. And Scott, I see that you've logged on now. Thanks for joining us. Do you want to say hi?
Hi Heidi, hi everyone. I'm Scott Wilson. I'm based at Macquarie University, a microplastics researcher there, but also work closely with the community groups such as Tangaroa Blue, and I'm part of the OzMap program, where we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing in the region about microplastics.
Awesome, thanks, Scott. Okay, so I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I might just dive in for a couple more slides, and then we can take a morning tea break if that's okay with everybody. With these workshops, because we're kind of split between two, those of you on Zoom, if you want to use the chat function to ask any questions, I'll monitor that. And those of you that are actually in the room, please feel free to jump in and ask questions as we go along. These workshops, you know, work way better when there's a lot of interaction and there's a lot of people asking questions and you know, providing case studies or ideas as we move along. And I'll ask that between Alexis and Petter and myself, we'll take notes and try and capture everything that we can. We are recording this session as well, just so everybody's aware. And we would like to take a couple of group photos, both online and in person during the session as well, just to capture today's workshop. So we might just dive into the next slides, which was just a bit of a higher level overview of some significant events that have happened in the last 12 months in the marine debris, litter and waste space. It's not, you know, completely comprehensive. There's a lot happening in this space, but there's a lot still in draft in this space. So definitely keep your eye on things going online at the moment if you're interested in providing things like public submissions and comments, because there's a lot of that stuff happening at the moment. So I guess the first slide there is to just make a note that nothing's really happened in fact of reducing plastic production on a global scale. We don't have, you know, completely up-to-date statistics just yet on what production looks like. So these stats are from about 2018-19, but you can see that the growth in marine debris and plastic production is just continuing to rise. And we have two things to thank for that. The first one is our populations continue to grow, and so therefore we keep making and using more stuff. And because of that, those stats will continue to rise unless we switch around and start reducing our consumption to start with, and shift that whole consumer model to a reuse model instead of a single-use linear model. Now, because of that, we are seeing more by volume marine debris and waste entering into our marine environment. So even if we had a constant percentage, you know, if it wasn't rising as a percentage, because the volume continues to increase based on population increase, there's just going to be more and more stuff entering the oceans continually unless we can really turn around this consumption. So, you know, when we first started doing these workshops, we were looking at about 8 million tonnes a year working its way from, you know, waste into the environment. And we're up to, you know, 15.6 million approximately. So we've seen a double, you know, over the last decade of what's entering the oceans. And that's obviously quite concerned. I think it's one of those things that you can't really confirm because we're limited as to how we actually collect that data. But those are the best estimates that we have to date. And if you put that into something that's a bit more tangible to understand, you know, we're looking at 40,000 tonnes a day. We're looking at, you know, almost 2,000 tonnes an hour, and we're looking at 30 tonnes a minute. So since I've been talking, you know, 60 tonnes has entered the world's oceans. So this is a significant problem, and it's one that really is continually causing issues and continuing to grow. So any effort that we can put into this, stopping at the source, reducing and changing our consumption is got to be a positive outcome. But we need to scale it up massively if we're going to really do what needs to be done to turn these kind of statistics around. If you can put to the next slide, thanks, Alexis. So from an international level, you know, we talked last time we all got together about the Sustainable Development Goals, and these are 17 goals that were put into place at a UN level to try and create a bit more of a sustainable Earth, I guess. The governments that have signed up to these Sustainable Development Goals need to report back to the UN it's kind of a voluntary process, really. And the last time Australia reported back to the UN was in their reports was in 2018. And I guess I put this slide in just to say nothing's really happened in that space since then. We connect to the marine debris issue very strongly under Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which is life below water. And there's actually a marine debris target under that, so really quite specifically. An example of this group working together connects very strongly with goal number 17, which is partnerships for the goals. So how do we actually work together to reach those goals? And these collaborative networks are vital in being able to do that. And then working through on a source reduction type of framework, then we connect also with number 9, which is industry, innovation and infrastructure, number 11 under sustainable cities and communities, and number 12 under responsible consumption and production. And then, then that also obviously connects with number 13, which is climate change. So even a map like this is really helpful at an organisational level. And I know that there's a lot of organisations at a national scale who kind of map their outcomes and their deliverables and their mission and their goal to sustainable development goals. It's also something smaller organisations and even projects can do, is to help map that. And by Googling Sustainable Development Goals Australia, there is a platform that the Australian government has that you can actually lodge your projects online to show how that you are contributing to these higher level outcomes. And so it's something to consider in the event that you're not doing that already. We hope that we will see some more outcomes from the Australian government. And I've actually got discussions with DFAT, who manage it. So the Department of Fair Trading and Foreign Affairs and Fair Trading, who manage the Sustainable Development Goals for the Australian government. We've got a meeting coming up where we can see how citizen science can assist further in reporting for those Sustainable Development Goals. So absolutely, we'll keep everybody up to date as how that progresses. I guess at a national level, the biggest thing that's happened recently is we've had the National Plastics Plan released. There was a summit in Canberra in March last year, just before lockdowns all went into play. And that was to kind of scope out an Australian federal response to plastics. And, this is an issue that they really haven't been managing at a federal level in the past. It's really been done at a state level. But in the last couple of years, we've seen focus on this issue. We've also seen focus from the federal government on waste and recycling, and plans and policies and strategies are being developed and being released on those issues. And we even have an assistant minister to waste and recycling now from the federal government, which is quite a new position at their level. So the National Plastics Plan, it's not a really big document. It's only about 16 pages. So that's downloadable from the Federal Australian Government website. I just wanted to show you where marine debris connects to this, because it actually looks at other things as well as innovation of plastics and recycling and manufacturing and stuff like that. But it does connect with plastics in our oceans and waterways. And so you can see these are the actions that have filtered out from that consultation. Number 1 is that there's a global action on marine plastic pollution, and the government will pursue a coordinated global action on marine litter and microplastic pollution through a new global agreement. So this is a shift in their focus. They weren't really doing anything in this space before, so it's good to see that commitment. We have a microplastics fibre filters for washing machines, which is quite specific. When you look at the above action is very broad and non-binding in really any kind of strategic way, but this is a very, very specific goal, which is interesting to see. And it says to work with the textile and white goods sectors on an industry-led phase in of microfiber filters on new residential and commercial washing machines by July 1, 2030. And I'm sure Scott and other researchers working in the microplastic space will, agree that microfibers are, the number one type of microplastic we find in the oceans. And, a lot of that comes through our wastewater systems and indeed from our washing machines. And so this is quite a really good thing to see, that the industry being led into or guided into finding ways of reducing that. I would say that, I get lots of emails from new companies popping up who want to, you know, promote their sustainability by saying they're making clothes out of recycled plastic bottles, and that's a good thing. I would just really err on the side of caution of thinking about that as a solution when we know that that item will then go in the washing machine and release microfibers at the moment. So, you know, some due diligence around whether things being sprouted as sustainable and good for the environment actually are, and that's a prime example of it. The next action on this list was around cigarette butts. So the Australian government to initiate an industry-led cross-sectoral stewardship task force to reduce cigarette butt litter in Australia and consider potential stewardship schemes. We know that marine in the database, in the AMD database, cigarette butts are, you know, always in the top 3 or 4 items that we get around urban areas. So they are a significant issue, and they're, you know, they're in the top 3 items when we look internationally as well. So it would be great to see some kind of action on the cigarette butt. You know, one of the things that we know is that a lot of smokers don't realise that they're plastic to start off with. So there's some key educational messaging that needs to come out of that, but also about even looking at what the butt's made of to start with, and then how it ends up as litter. Around stormwater, we have partnered with states and territories and the CSIRO on solutions to prevent plastic debris entering the marine environment via stormwater. So that connects that whole catchment model that we were talking about, that, you know, the majority of stuff around urban areas that we find on a beach started on land. So capturing it further upstream is going to reduce the effort needed on cleaning beaches in the long term. There was a target around a national plastics pollution database, so partner with organisations to establish a national monitoring protocol and database for plastic pollution. And obviously we are going to be you know, placing the AMD in a very strategic position to look at that, because we kind of already have that. It's just about scoping out what changes or what expansions could potentially be made to really address all the things that need to be done in the AMD. And so, you know, it's really exciting to see that we can have a conversation around that. There is some interest back on the ghost net issue. So they've committed 14.8 million to remove ghost nets and marine debris pollution from strategic locations in Northern Australia. So we know that significant amounts of marine debris come from international sources when you head up to the north. You know, in some of the cleanups we do in Cape York, we're removing up to 1 tonne per kilometre, and 99% of that stuff can be from overseas sources and not from local communities. So, you know, really addressing that international source, which includes ghost nets, is really good to see that there's a focus, because it's very hard for an Indigenous community in the middle of Cape York to stop stuff floating in from China or Indonesia. And Operation Clean Sweep. So the industry to participate in Operation Clean Sweep to eliminate pre-production plastic resin pellet, flake, recycled chip and powder loss. And I'm really excited because Operation Clean Sweep is a program that Tangaroa Blue was responsible in bringing to Australia from the US as an industry program. And we're so excited to see that listed in the National Plastics Plan as well. So you can see that there's quite a few touch points there for our group and the people in the room on, you know, marine debris and prevention moving forward. So, you know, dive into that stuff. And if there's an opportunity to collaborate and get involved in those targets, you know, strategically, there might be some funding around those things too moving forward. We need to see how the government's going to roll these out and what funding they're actually going to put behind them. So that's yet to be seen, but we're hopeful that this is a good start that can be built on moving forward as well. Alexis, I'll get you to flick to that next slide if you can. So just as a bit of an update on Operation Clean Sweep, this is now rolling out nationally, and that's why we're super excited about it. So Operation Clean Sweep was a program that was developed by the industry, the plastics industry in the US back in 1992. It's been rolled out in 22 different jurisdictions internationally, and the goal is to prevent pellet loss from the industry, and that's both from the logistics industry as well as from the manufacturing and the supply industry from the plastics. So basically, if you're going to make a plastic product, you need to buy pellet, and then you can blow mold it and heat it into whatever product that you want. So it's not plastic that's been made into something and then is degrading into, you know, little bits and pieces that we find after it's been used. This stuff hasn't even been processed yet, so it definitely shouldn't be escaping into our environment. But as you can see with these photos on the screen, bad housekeeping in the supply chain causes the loss into the stormwater system and then ultimately into the environment and into our oceans. So we find pellets on pretty much 80% of beaches that we can look, and we also find them, you know, in the majority of locations around major catchments and around industrial areas as well. We are proud to announce that since we were able to bring this program into Australia in 2015, that we have over 35 companies that have signed up. That includes industry bodies. And yesterday I was very excited to hear that Toll Logistics, who's one of the biggest logistics companies in Australia, has just taken the pledge to Operation Clean Sweep. So we're starting to see the major players join this program, and we're hoping the fact that it's now listed in the National Plastics Plan will start to really encourage not only the industry to get on board, but for our compliance bodies to be recommending this and taking up this issue with polluters. So that can be local council through local laws, through their industrial areas, you know, doing a blitz on pellet loss around factories that use it, and getting them to sign up as a mitigation strategy, and also through state compliance agencies like the EPA. It's good to be able to address these pollution spills, and it's even better if you can put a solution on the table at the same time. So we're hoping that this move is going to encourage more and more industry members to get on board. So if anyone's in the room is working with someone in the plastic supply chain and they haven't signed up to Operation Clean Sweep, it's completely free. They take the pledge and we provide them with all the support that they need to implement the program to stop this kind of pellet, flake and powder being lost during their processes and during transportation. Awesome. Thanks, Alexis. Next slide. There's some other action plans that had already been released last time we spoke, but it's good just to note that they're still on the table because their targets are still in the future. So we have the National Waste Policy Action Plan, which was released in 2019, and that looks at some of our national packaging targets around reusability, recyclability, compostability. You know, I'm also on the side of caution extremely about, you know, terminology. What does that mean? What is something that's recyclable? Does that mean it's recyclable wherever you live in Australia? Because, you know, when you go to Cape York, those communities don't have the little recycle truck that turns up every 2 weeks. There is no waste management infrastructure outside of landfill. So we need to really understand what these targets mean moving forward. Yes, so Steve's just jumped on the chat and said he'd like to make a comment on the plastics plan. Absolutely, jump in, Steve.
Sorry, just unmuting and get my video going. Yeah, look, just through the National Plastics Plan that you showed there, and I just thought I'd give an update. One of the commitments was to establish a national monitoring protocol, and this is replacing the old system, the National Litter Index, and that is, people may already be aware of this, but the trials have now been run in a number of different jurisdictions. And we recently ran the New South Wales trial up here on the North Coast. It's definitely going to improve the quality of the data we get. And it's really taken on board everything that's gone before, not just the NLI. So the good sections of the NLI have come forward, but it's been closely amalgamated with the sort of level of data resolution in the AMDI, but also looking at the KLIS, or the Key Littered Items study, which both Ed and I are going to talk about a bit later on. So there are things happening in this space already, and I'm anticipating that will probably go out, I'm not sure exactly how, but to tender at the different state and territory levels in the not too distant future. And Hayley, you may have been involved in that down in Victoria too.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, where we are looking at ways that, you know, citizen science can contribute to those methodologies. I mean, all the scientists and everybody involved in data collection will all most likely agree with me that, you know, too many databases collecting data in too many different ways, all trying to do the same thing, is a waste of effort. So we need to make sure language and protocols and methodology is all aligned to get the biggest bang out of the buck. Particularly when you're looking at a volunteer who gives their time to go and not only pick up rubbish, but that extra effort it takes to record it. If that effort can be used in the maximum number of times and places, it value adds, and volunteers in particular see the value in continuing to do that in the long term as well. So it's great to have these things being discussed at all levels. Thanks, Steve. Okay, so I'm just gonna plug my computer in. So the national plastics targets aligned with with APCO as well, which is the Australian Packaging Covenant. And as I mentioned, that's not new, that's been released for a while, but it is still current and relevant. Did anybody else want to throw anything else at a national level that's been recent that they might know about as far as waste recycling that's relevant to the marine debris space?
I had a question. Can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about we had a women in dairy workshop recently at Valley Industries in Taree, and there was a guy there who used to coordinate the Drum Master program, and now coordinates. It's like farm waste recovery. You might have met him, he's from Queensland. And he was talking about a plastics export ban coming in 1st of July. I was just wondering if you probably know a bit more about that. Just touch on that.
Yeah, look, as part of the federal government commitment in not sending our rubbish to third world countries to deal with, there's this waste to export happening. I would say that it's a great overarching target, except I'm really concerned about some things that I've just heard recently that I'm trying to get confirmed. But things around waste actually just going through 1 or 2 layers of processing and then being considered to be something that's been made better and therefore not being considered to be banned from being exported, and then still going for incineration overseas. And I think that kind of loophole needs to be looked at. Otherwise, our whole goal of not sending our rubbish overseas is actually just being blindsided by loopholes. Steve, I saw that you were nodding. Are you across that a bit more than me?
Oh, look, I've seen the legislation and I'm very happy it was passed, but I agree there's still stuff to be improved. I think is probably the best way to put it. Yeah. Yeah,
look, I think that from a source reduction perspective, you know, we've been talking for a number of years about flipping the waste hierarchy. So recycling isn't the golden child. It's actually the last option before landfill when you can't do anything else, which includes, you know, reducing, reusing, refusing, all of these things we need to do instead of just thinking, oh, okay, recycling, it's fine, it can be recycled. And I think that we need to stop thinking about, oh, that's okay then if it can be recycled. That should make us feel just as bad as it going to landfill. We shouldn't have had developed that piece in the first place, if at all possible. So it is a moving space, Brian, but it definitely is something that people need to look into, and don't be blindsided by the it's all okay, it can be recycled statement.
Can I add something else there, Heidi? Just in terms of, I think the recycling space is about to be a little bit revolutionized in that, given that it shouldn't, you know, there should be other measures first, but with the plastic credits, there's already been investment. I work also with Plastic Collective, who focus on recycling with their dedicated suite of machinery. And there's a lot of interest from the big end of town in terms of buying plastic credits. And the way these work are like carbon credits. I think there may be a presentation about this later on, so I don't want to say too much. But the good thing is that there's a differential rate, with the highest rate paid for plastic recovered from the ocean or that is heading for the ocean, so ocean bound or ocean plastic. We're not sure exactly, I guess, how this is going to develop, but at this early stage, there is a lot of interest, particularly from international investment for recycling projects. So it is looking quite promising.
Thanks, Steve. Did that answer your question, Brian?
Thank you.
Cool. All right, next slide. Thanks, Alexis. Okay, so we're going to flick it to a state level now, and I'm not going to talk a great deal about this because we've got Edwina in the room who's going to talk about estate initiatives later on. But I will just make a note that when I downloaded this from the website yesterday, we were over 5 billion beverage containers returned through the return and earn scheme since I think it was December 2016 where it launched. So that's quite significant. There's currently 628 return and earn points. That seems to have plateaued around that 600 mark. I haven't seen that really increase significantly since it really kicked off. But it's good to see that this scheme has had a really good uptake in New South Wales. I am even more excited to say that yesterday the Victorian government released their scheme model, because they're the last state in Australia that hasn't got the scheme, and they have modelled it more on the New South Wales scheme than they have on the Queensland scheme, which we think is a great outcome, because it has this two-layer of oversight through a scheme coordinator and then network operators, and with the government staying involved, which is how the New South Wales system was set up. So we're pretty excited about that. And it means that across the board, containers will be able to be refunded across Australia. And you'll probably find that those people that were stockpiling in border towns stop coming to New South Wales now, because they'll be able to do it themselves in Victoria. So pretty excited about that. Anybody from Ed, anybody else in the room from state government want to make any comment about the CDL?
I'll talk a bit more about it later. I think the CBS team at the EPA, from what I have discussed with them, they're looking as well into how they can develop more, how they can gain more information, things like which of the items that aren't included should be included, or the impact and what they can potentially do about the plastic bottle lids and beverage container lids. So it is evolving, but I think they are they're impressed with the results so far, but also wanting to deal with people's concerns, like is everyone just pitching them out of the yellow bins, being actively monitoring the impacts that they can see rather than just the numbers that they're getting through the process. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Next slide, please, Alexis. Awesome. In the last workshop, we had this New South Wales litter prevention strategy that was still in its draft format. So that was released. It's obviously only got a year to go on it, but this was linked to the Premier's priority of a 40% reduction by volume in litter across New South Wales by 2020. I think that we're around 35% by volume, and I will keep saying that it's just by volume that this target was done. But the litter strategy, as you can see, has been divided up into 5 main key areas. So rewarding responsible behaviour, education and awareness, infrastructure and cleanups, regulation and enforcement, and evaluation and monitoring. So there's been funding associated with that at different levels for those targets, all leading to the goal of that 40% reduction. So we look forward to seeing that being reviewed when it's expired, and see where to next, and if we can get to that 40% mark. But it looks like it's on track. Next slide, please, Alexis. So the EPA litter campaign was based around the Don't Be a Tosser campaign, which I'm sure everyone in the room is very familiar with. At the last workshop, we talked about the different types of campaign assets that were available and that some councils have taken on board. I know that there was that highway trial around the Kempsey Taree area, where each of the road houses had a lot of collateral at the Bowser, in the toilets, at the checkout, and up and down the highway in between, trying to really encourage good behaviour and reduce littering, and it had some really good success. I wanted to myself ask whether that campaign has been finalised, or whether there's been some components of it that has continued to go on. Does anybody know in the room?
This campaign is a new campaign that's built on the background of the Be a Tosser campaign. It's been running the last probably 8 years. It's a new campaign, so it's basically we're focusing more now on the effect and litter into the marine environment. So this campaign is not being evaluated yet. It's on mostly on social media, YouTube, Instagram, and it's becoming like very popular. due to these rocky lobsters. So they found that it's really well recognized already. Yeah, it's a sign that we're moving towards like a terrestrial meter to marine meter, because we want to focus more on that. And KLI is a sign as well for us to understand better what's happening to meter when it goes into the marine environment. So, and yes, that's basically what it is all about. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So there's still a lot of those assets on the website though, for at a local council level, people are able to utilise. And I went to have a look at the website in my preparation for this workshop, and I discovered Rocky, and I didn't know Rocky was around, but I thought we might just use this slide as the last one before our morning tea break. So the EPA Marine Litter campaign has introduced a new character called Rocky, who's the lobster, who explains why littering is shellfish. In the EPA's Marine Litter campaign, don't be a tosser. And if your rubbish isn't in the bin, then it could end up in the waterways. Now, there's some assets around that. And Alexis, were we able to take people to morning tea with a bit of music?
No, I'm not sure. Let's see. How do I? Oh, I'm not sure if it's actually embedded.
Oh, it should be. All right. Well, we might let people go for morning tea. You and I can work that out, and we'll put it on during morning tea. And then we will come back and just work through the rest of those slides that we were going to do post that. And then we're going to start with the presentations for our guest speakers as well. So I think we had about half an hour for morning tea. If you guys want to start earlier, then feel free, but please take this opportunity to do a little bit of networking and introduce yourself to someone that you don't know in the room.
Great. Yeah, very.
Alexis, are you still there?
Please don't hurt me. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. That little bit of glitter could become a green debris. And I'll get pretty bitter if it ends up hurting me. I wanna waste some mercy. The green knife's being harmed. I'm about to pussy. Don't terribly alarmed. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. Don't be a tougher. It could end up with me and I could end up with you. If that ends up in me, it's on you. And if you and me, it's in
There we go for the EPA. I don't even know what to say about that, but I thought I'd share.
Definitely going to be in my head for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Look, what I'm going to do is if we could hand over to Scott first up, Alexis, just because Scott's on a bit of a time frame, and I can go back and do my slides after him, if that's all right.
Perfect.
Great. All right, thanks, Heidi. Hi, everyone. Yeah, sorry, I have to duck off shortly. So I just want to talk to you about some of the work around the microplastic space, and more importantly, about some of the work we're doing around source identification and reduction with microplastics. So as I mentioned, I'm part of Macquarie University, but I'm also part of a program called OzMap. So if you just go to the next slide, please. So OzMap, if you're not aware, is the Australian Microplastic Assessment Project. So that's a citizen science project. So it's designed to map microplastics, the hotspots, but also where it might be coming from, but also provide some education and awareness on the issues of microplastics. So it's a group of organisations. It's run out of the Total Environment Centre. Tangaroa Blue's been involved, Take 3 for the Sea's been involved, and other government agencies as well. So it's been going since 2018, and it's really about getting the community out there and helping us understand what the issues are around microplastics around Australia. So next slide, please. Just familiarise yourself. So microplastics are those items less than 5 millimeters in size, down to 0.001 of a mil. Obviously, there's different size classes of plastics, meso and macro plastics, is anything bigger than 5 mils, and we've even got nanoscale plastics now, unfortunately, as it continues to break up. For the OzMap program, because it's a citizen science project, it's only looking at that larger size fraction of the micro, that 1 to 5 mil range. We found there was too much error involved with the community sampling in the smaller size classes. So it's just that when we're talking about the 1 to 5, when we're talking about the OzMap data. Next slide, please. Of course, you're probably aware that, you know, microplastics can come from a range of sources. You know, it's the big stuff breaking up, so all that marine debris. But and Heidi mentioned this earlier about the fibers from clothing. We're finding most of the ingestion actually of microplastics in our marine life are the fibers. Obviously, you see those images of the seabirds and turtles with large bits of fragments. But if you look at things like plankton and some of the smaller fish species, it's mostly fibers we're finding being ingested there. Heidi also mentioned about the nurdles or the industrial pellets. So that's a particular source, and one that's not as big an issue now, hopefully, is the microbeads that was in all those facial scrubs and toothpaste, where, you know, there was little plastic beads that were put in there as scrubbing agents. So in Australia, there's been a voluntary withdrawal of that by the industry. The government didn't regulate it, unlike other countries. Most of those products that were on sale that did have those are now been taken out of the market. The last figures I heard, it was about 96% of the products don't have microbeads in them now. So there's still a few, so you just got to be careful when you look. But that change has primarily been driven by us, the consumers. So that's been a win. But if you go overseas, it changes again. So, you know, you think of places like Germany, which have great recycling programs, very green oriented, but they still have microbeads in all their products. And so, you know, it changes with locality. So they're the main ones. The other one that we're finding more of now, and I'll talk a bit about it in a minute, is rubber and rubber crumb. So rubber is mostly synthetic these days, so all that tire dust that comes off, but also now more and more so we're seeing from playing fields and play areas, rubber coming off those areas and into our waterways. So I'll talk about that, as I said. So they're the types of sources. Next slide, please. Obviously, the impacts, we're probably all aware, as I said, you know, we've seen images of various marine life with plastics in their bodies, and everything from plankton through to whales. And it's not just in marine systems, it's in freshwater, it's in terrestrial systems. You know, microplastics are everywhere, and unfortunately, you know, they get into the biota. The issue with the plastics is probably more so the contaminants associated with those plastics. So they come, you know, with a whole range of chemicals when a plastic product is made. These are the plasticizers and things like that. But they also absorb a whole lot of contaminants out of the waterway, whether it be metal pollutants or organic pollutants like pesticides. They'll bind to the surface of those plastics, and then when an animal ingests that, it's getting not only the plastic, but, you know, a whole cocktail of chemicals. So there's potential issues, and there's been studies done around the world showing the toxicity associated with ingestion of the plastics from those chemicals. So next slide, please. which raises the question about human health issues. And there was a study released last year, University of Newcastle, looked at assessing kind of how much we'd potentially be ingesting or inhaling plastics, and they found that there's equivalent to a credit card's worth of plastic every week that we, just because it's settling in the food products we eat or the water we drink or maybe the seafood, that we're getting about 5 to 8 grams of plastic. So that's what we know at the moment. It's probably a lot higher than that, because the amount of information is not extensive. What we do know, however, is there's been lots of studies done, and what that main graphic in the middle is showing you is kind of the effects of the chemicals associated with those plastics. So, we've got various things like the phthalates, which affect different parts of the body. The phthalate is an endocrine disruptor, so it affects the hormone system. And BPA's are probably the classic example. Bisphenol A, why it was taken out of plastics was because it was a known endocrine disruptor, and it affects, so the endocrine system's responsible for growth and development in young, and so there was concerns that it was in babies' bottles, and so it was leaching out of those and potentially causing growth effects. And so there's a whole range of these chemicals that we're finding on the plastics, that we know through testing with, say, rats and mice, or cell lines, that there is effects. There's no real kind of evidence of direct kind of effects to humans. We know it is transferred into humans. There was a study recently, last year, where it showed it was found in the placenta, so it's actually transferring from mother to baby as well, potentially. So it can move into our bodies, it can move across generations as well, potentially. So there's cause for concern, and while we don't know all the facts, there's definitely enough information to kind of warrant some precautionary approach in exposing ourselves to plastics, and obviously reducing how much is out there is definitely a way to do that. So next slide, please. So that's kind of where OzMap came in. We've, as I said, been around since 2018, or even earlier with Take 3 for the Sea. We developed the model. So if Mandy's about, she can tell you a bit about that. And so it involves different stages, from understanding the baseline in stage 1 to kind of source identification, where is it coming from, and then stage 3 is where how to reduce it, and then provide some education and some evaluation of that. So all along, it's about understanding behavior, or trying to maybe get some behavior change happening. That's, we find, the best way to get people to think a bit differently. But it's also about informing management and policy. So next slide. We do that by setting up regional hubs around the country. So we train people in the method, and then those local hubs then recruit a school or a local community group to help collect the data. They follow a standard method, and then the data comes back to us to validate. So there's this quality assurance in the program, and then it's released back out onto the website and on our hotspot map. So that's the general process. Next slide, please. So we sample shorelines for the microplastics. So we use quadrats and sieves, and we take the top 2 centimeters of sand and sieve that, and we not only count what's there, but categorize it, look at colors and sizes. And then we take a small fraction of that and actually look for the chemical contaminants on the plastics as well through our partners at University of Newcastle. We also, obviously, like to relate the small stuff to the big stuff, so the macro debris. And so, our program also includes macro surveys. So if you're already doing macro in an area, it would be good to, do some micro or vice versa. And that data gets added to the AMDI, which you all know about. Okay, next slide, please. But it's not just marine systems. We sample, I was recently out on the Macquarie River out at Dubbo. And so, we do any waterway. So it can be a river, a lake, a mangrove. So anywhere where there's soft sediments and you can kind of sieve it. So this one had quite a bit of gravel in it, but we were still able to get samples and find microplastics. Interestingly enough, in Dubbo, glitter was the biggest major microplastic find downstream of the town. Go figure. But yeah, so that was very site specific sometimes. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so as I said, it's a national program. We host training events to train local people up. We've done 37 of those. I've just gotten back from Tasmania. So with Michelle Blewett, who's the program director, we've run a couple of events down there. We set up hubs, and all those dots you can see on the map are kind of data points from around the country. There's a few gaps, but yeah, we've got quite a bit of involvement. But if you go to the next slide, which is a close-up, you'll see there's a bit of a gap between, I suppose, Newcastle and Ballina in terms of our data. So we'd really be interested in anyone who would like to get involved in the program or help, then that would be great. You can see what we do, the colors represent different levels of microplastic. And so we always equate it to the standard metric for reporting is as a number per square meter. So the number of microplastics per square meter on average. So green dots means it's very low, 0 to 10 microplastics. If you're seeing a black spot, then that's over 1,000 microplastics per square meter of that shoreline. So yes, we've got some black spots there, some red ones. If you just go to the next. So close, doesn't have a heading, but for the kind of the Central Coast Hunter region, we don't have a lot of data. We've got some from around Terrigal and Avoca, which Mandy and the Take 3 crew did. We've got some from Lake Macquarie that we're just getting data back on. That's DPI and Edwina and her group sampled. So there's a few kind of orange spots, so telling it's moderate loads, but as you can see, there's lots of gaps. So as I said, we'd really love some more data from around your area. Next, I'm just going to show you the Sydney map because I think that's quite telling. Next slide.
Scott, have we still got you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, was there a question?
The TV is just about to turn itself off.
Oh, okay.
Would you like the next slide?
Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Yes. So this is Sydney's kind of, because I'm based in Sydney, we've got a lot of data from Sydney, but just to show you that what we're finding is that wherever there's kind of human populations, and large ones at that, is where we're getting the spikes in microplastic. So we've got some black spots, and it's mostly in our estuaries or river systems. So we've got Sydney Harbour, Botany Bay, Georges River, all being, having high to very high loads of microplastic. Once you get out to the coast, it kind of gets diluted a bit, but there's definitely influence from those estuaries on those local Sydney beaches. So it tells us, the main source of the plastics we're finding is very much localized. Next slide, please. So once we kind of understand, where it's high or where it's not high, or in particularly, where these hotspots are, we want to know, where it's coming from, obviously. So that's kind of our stage 2 and 3, and then obviously implement some strategies on reducing it. So next slide, please. And I'll just use an example from the northern beaches of Sydney. And we've been working with the local council there and New South Wales EPA with identifying microplastic sources in Dee Why Lagoon. So Dee Why Lagoon is unfortunately a hotspot for microplastics. It's getting up to or close to 1,000 microplastics per square metre on the shoreline. It's an important wetland. It's actually one of the last kind of natural coastal wetlands, lagoons in the Sydney area. Basically it was a school group that went out and found out that there was microplastics was so high there. And so what we've done is done some netting of the major, so there's a main creek, which you may be able to make out from the map, from the photo. There's a main creek that flows in. So Dee Why has kind of a shopping area to the south. And so the stylized map in the bottom left is the land use zoning areas. So that kind of bluer area is the commercial zone. And we're finding a lot of soft film around there. So soft plastics, wrappers, bag fragments, those type of things, or micro we're talking. In the left of that image, that kind of lighter pinkish color is the light industrial zone. And we're finding foam and nurdles coming from there. There's a few plastic manufacturers in that space. And then the other areas are just residential zone, and we're finding predominantly hard plastic fragments in there. So each small tributary or subcatchment is almost a separate microplastic source or type of microplastic entering into the catchment. And so we put these nets out, and we've been able to identify that, and provides quite localized education. So rather than have a broad scale education campaign for the whole area, we can now go to those local suburbs and have a targeted approach. Next slide, please. And what we've done then is installed these drain baskets. So these fit into individual drain pits. These are provided by the Clean Water Group, and both Tangaroa Blue and OzMap have been working closely with Clean Water Group. And so we're actually now working at the street scale to find out where this microplastic is coming from. And so it's collecting obviously the big stuff, and you can see that third photo from the left is one that's collected. It's got leaf litter, it's got sediment, it's got large macro debris, but it's also got micro debris. And so if you go to the next slide, we targeted the area which is in the top left is that pinker area is the industrial zone, and the playing fields and school near that zone, which drain into Dee Why Creek. And so we've got a number, each kind of number represents one of those traps in those areas. And so we've been able to kind of look at that, as I said, the streetscape and identify where the plastics are coming from. If you go to the next slide. And what you're seeing here is a whole lot of colors, but each bar represents one of those traps. And if you just press again, please, so the first couple of sites are around these playing fields and the school. Now, these playing fields are actually synthetic playing fields. So what we're finding is predominantly rubber crumb coming off. So these are just the amounts that were collected in these traps one time. So this is one date, but we're getting repeat evidence of this. So the rubber crumb is actually, well, the traps were actually upstream of the field, if you like. So they're actually being walked off or blown off into these drains. It's not washing off. And so there's a big issue with that, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. If you press again, please. Around the industrial area, we're finding a whole smattering of other things, including soft plastics or film. And it's not just plastics, we're getting glass, we're getting metal shavings. And of course, around those areas where the plastic manufacturers are, we're getting the pellets or the nurdles also coming out. So it means we can now go to the individual businesses or the users, the stakeholders in those areas, and say, look, this is what we're finding. So this is obviously working in conjunction with the council has been a nice strategy. And so we've rolled out this program to other areas. So we're doing one in Dubbo, one on the south coast in Kiama, and another area in Sydney at the moment as part of our funding through New South Wales EPA. So these are all been kind of a successful approach, I think, to first identifying the area and then tracing it back to its source and getting some solutions in place. So next slide, please. So yeah, you can just press again. There's a couple of points, that's it. Thank you. So as I said, the data generally with AusMap, we are working with both state and local governments, in particular New South Wales, South Australia and WA on board. We're looking for other local governments, of course. And as I mentioned, the Hunter region is one we'd like to target. We can produce annual regional or catchment-based reports on microplastic, and we're doing that for the Georges and Cooks River at the present in Sydney. And we're also trying to understand how we can change and alter behaviour. So we are conducting social surveys and trying to get people to think differently through education and awareness. So this is kind of, you know, some of the results, I suppose, of this, what the data can do for you. Next slide, I think the last slide. So the next steps are looking at some alternative approaches as well. So sometimes the microplastics can be quite huge and difficult to sample. So this is in the Parramatta River, the photo on the left. And the Parramatta River catchment group have now got one of these. It's basically a large dustbuster, but it's a portable vacuum system for sucking up. They have huge issues with foam beads coming off, and so the easiest way to clean an area was with one of these. The photo on the right is one that Haiti and Tangaroa Blue and AusMap are working on, is around the rubber crumb from these soft play areas and synthetic playing fields. So what you're seeing in that is crumb and synthetic grass that's coming off, and we're finding more and more of this in our beach samples around those areas. And so we're looking at ways of kind of recording that loss from the field in more detail. So that's it. If you've got any questions, I can take a few.
Yeah, I have one. There's the slide for the source ID project at TY Lagoon. I'm just interested in you had a few different logos there. I'm just interested in, I guess, the partnership model there and how that project was funded. We've had some discussions in sort of the Taree area, I guess, doing similar things. So I'd just be interested in a bit more detail about that.
Yeah, I suppose we've had a long-standing relationship with Northern Beaches Council. As you know, any partnership works on building, trust, and that comes over time. And so we applied for funding through the New South Wales EPA Litter Grants scheme. And so that enabled us to do the initial DY program as a pilot, and then allowed us to then expand that out to other areas through the second round of funding. So you need a supportive local government, definitely, and a open communication, I suppose. There's issues to touch back on the synthetic grass issue. It's quite a contentious issue at the moment in a lot of the Sydney councils, because it's quite a heated discussion amongst the community as more and more councils are installing these, and communities kind of opposing that type of thing. So you need to be sensitive to the council's needs, and also the sharing of data needs to be obviously something that's discussed.
And what was the budget for that?
The initial project, I think it was about 20 to 30. I think it was less than 30K, 20 something from memory.
Okay, thank you.
Just commenting from EPA, that is a grant, community grant. There's been just released probably 6 months ago, Scott, not long ago. And they're doing something similar with the Cooks River. So what we're trying to support is partnership collaboration between community groups and councils and local land services to look at their regional area, the problem that we need right now, investigate, identify, research, and more. So we really try to support partnerships, synergy between different organizations, not just government, state government, community groups. That specific was a community group, but looking at expanding that, involving different other stakeholders. And on that line, we plan to have more funding coming up in September, similar to what Scott is working on at the moment. The ballpark figure, I don't know for that project because I'm not energy, but probably it's about the same, probably $50,000. And there are more funding around initiatives as well. There's a bit more money. The last round was up to $90,000 to look not just to specific hotspot, but how strategically you can prevent littering to the waterways and the rest of the details. So yeah, the different things that we can do, but yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Sorry, it was really difficult to hear a lot of that. So
that's okay. I got some good intel from Mateo, and we'll have a chat later.
All right.
Thanks, Scott.
One quick question, Scott. What's the smallest size microplastic that's visible to the human eye?
Well, it depends on your vision. You can, I mean, I can see down to 0.5 of a mil, 500 microns. And, you know, some people can see a bit smaller than that, but, you know, reliably, you know, why we settled on 1 to 5 mil was just the reliability in the community finding the plastics. And so we did trial down to 0.5 of a mil, half a mil, but it was just, as I said, it was a bit too much error involved because of different people's eyesights, and you need the right light, and obviously under a microscope and things like that, you know, you can identify it. And we do take samples where we do look at the smaller size fractions of microplastics in the lab at some sites, but you know, it's really depends on your vision. So I think some people, you know, can see smaller than that. You can see, it depends on the color, the shape, the contrast, all these. And as you're probably aware, you know, there's many different forms of microplastics, and so and different colors and shades. So you might see, you know, the bright ones, the blues and the yellows that stand out against, say, a sandy background. Commonly the ones that we miss are the whites and the blacks, or the opaque ones. They're the hard ones. So that's why we limit it to the 1 to 5 mil range. If that answers your question a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Sorry, was there one other question?
Yes, sorry. A couple of years ago at one of these awesome workshops, one of the speakers was speaking about the nanoplastics crossing the cell membrane into fish.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if you knew any updated information or studies about that, and I guess the outcome of the study was along the lines of the smaller the plastic was, the worse it was, because it was going into their brains and affecting their cognitive abilities. Is there anything new on that side of things at all? Do you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, we know that, yeah, definitely the smaller the microplastic, the more chance it is to move across tissue membranes and move through the bodies of all sorts of animals, including us. So yeah, the nanoscale plastics, we're only really just touching on that from a science point of view. We kind of hardly know enough about the micro scale, but at the nanoscale, there's been a few more papers, and they're finding it's definitely more harmful because it can get into all parts of the bodies. It can cause, you know, a whole range of issues, from just inflammation through to, you know, neurological, as you mentioned, developmental effects, growth effects. All of these are being studied on mostly marine species, some fish, some invertebrates. But yeah, and I think that this is, you know, an issue to be concerned about, because, you know, we know the plastics continues to break up over time. And, you know, once it gets, what's limiting the science at the moment is the technology, you know, the instrumentation to measure it at that fine scale. All those studies or that study you mentioned and all the other studies that I just talked about are done in laboratory tests where you're exposing a known amount of the nanoplastics to a species. That's kind of standard toxicity testing. And so from an environmental sampling point of view, we're not there yet, because the instrumentation can't measure it accurately or efficiently. They say we can probably measure some of the instruments down to 10 microns. So that's 0.01 of a millimeter. But yeah, it's not reliable at that level at the present. So, you know, you see things reported in kind of 100, 200, or maybe down to 20 microns reliably. After that, there's just too much variation and error at the moment. So we're limited at the present by, you know, the instrumentation efficiencies. That will come with time, I think, and then we can start to understand more about the environmental impacts. But at the present, you know, they're kind of doing dosed experiments in the lab to understand the potential harm. So that's probably an update, unless Steve has something else to add that he might.
Cover
one more question.
I'm just going to flag we're going a little bit behind time now.
Are there any effective ways to clean up microplastics that are about waterways? Like, is there any way to actually get them out of the waterways?
That's a good question. It's difficult. There's a few techniques that are currently being looked at. There's a group actually at UTS, University of Technology Sydney, that are looking at using kind of magnets, if you like, to draw it out, or static. So with the magnets, you'd have to obviously magnetize the particles. Some are using static, I know, in some instances. Once it's on the shore, there's you might have seen something about the bubble raft, with an interesting approach that's being used in the Netherlands, where they've put a mat, or like a hose, if you like, along the floor of a river, and using a bubble jet, and all the rubbish, just the macro and the micro, is being pushed up to the surface and then collected in a boom that way. We're trialing in our lab at Macquarie using a similar technique. So bubbles seem to be one that the microplastics will adhere to. So it's about surface tension and, you know, things like that. So there's some experiments we're doing around microplastic extraction from waterways, but from an ocean, in a confined waterway, probably possible in the future to some degree. From an ocean setting, very difficult. So there's, you know, some very smart people around the world trying to look at these issues. So once again, keep an eye out, and, you know, in the future, maybe not present. Unless you want to manually go and clean the beach, which, you know, you can do, and there's people doing those things, but it's very, you know, labor intensive. So
Thanks, Scott. I'm sure that if anybody is interested in getting involved in some training from the Hunter region, that we can share your details, and we can look at workshops and so forth.
Yeah, great.
But yeah, that's lots of interest in this space as microplastics go. We might just leave it there, just we have to keep on schedule.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to go. Sorry.
Cool. No
All
worries.
Right. See you. Thanks everyone. Bye.
No See ya.
Bye.
Alexis, I might get you to just take the slides back to where we got to, which was number 28, after our rock song from the EPA. There was just a couple of last slides just to finish off before we move on to the next proposal. So the last couple of things that I just had around updates to New South Wales, and a lot of these I wanted to provide an update based on what we discussed in the last workshops, to see whether there had been movement in this stuff or not. So New South Wales still is the only state that doesn't have that plastic bag ban. However, the major retailers, we know, phased it out themselves. It was included in the New South Wales Plastics Plan discussion paper, which closed in May 2020. Now, I haven't been able to see whether there's been any movement post-discussion plan, but maybe that's, if anybody in the room has any update on that plan, that would be awesome to hear.
I can't comment on that. Yeah, probably soon. Yes.
Can I ask you to come a bit closer to the microphone? We're having trouble hearing you.
Yes, Matthew again from EPA. I can't comment on that, on the plastic plan. I think we're gonna hear from the government soon about this plan. Like you said, there was a consultation closed May last year. I think something's gonna happen in the next few months. I believe so. We hope so. So yeah, I think it's just a waiting game at the moment. Didn't disappear into the government. It's gonna come up, but when exactly the form is going to be, I'm not sure. But yes, something's gonna happen soon.
Excellent, thank you. We will wait with bated breath, and perhaps next year's workshop we will have a phase out of single-use plastic bags coming through. So that's great to hear that hasn't been lost into the never. Thank you. Alexis, next slide, please. Another thing that's come out at an EPA at New South Wales level, it was the EPA draft regulatory strategy, which really just closed at the end of last month for public comment. And it was looking at a new strategy around how the EPA operate to improve environmental regulation now and for future generations by reflecting new and existing challenges in environmental regulation and the EPA's broader role beyond environmental compliance. So, you know, new technologies, new materials, all this new stuff coming up means that if there's a compliance response needed, the framework needs to stay up to date with that as well. So I was really happy to see this. And of course, Tangaroa Blue did put in a submission. I just wanted to, there's no date on the release of those findings or you know, a new regulation or anything like that. So it's just under review now. So that's a waiting game as well. But I wanted to connect it to another state's EPA regulation review that's happened. And Alexis, if you can just flick to the next slide for me. And that's the Victorian one. Now, this actually got pushed back 12 months. It was meant to be released on the 1st of July last year, but it got pushed back to the 1st of July this year due to COVID. And it shows a massive change in focus from a compliance response through the Victorian EPA. So on the 1st of July, a general environmental duty is coming into force, which is an obligation for all businesses and individuals to proactively minimise risks to harm to human health and the environment from their activities as far as reasonably practicable. So essentially, businesses need to demonstrate they have assessed their risks effectively and acted to reduce them appropriately. So in the past, the EPA really could only respond if there was a spill or a pollution incident as such. Now, an EPA officer will be able to go to a business and say, show me all of the measures that you've put in place for the potential of human and environmental harm based on the operations that you're doing. What measures have you been put in place to stop those from occurring? And if a business can't show you those measures, the EPA can act regardless of whether there's a pollution spill or not. So from an Operation Clean Sweep and plastic resin pellet nurdle perspective, we would expect the plastics industry to understand that there's a chance that nurdles will get lost from spills, and they would put things in like stormwater traps, that they would have cleanup procedures and cleanup equipment available, that there would be some kind of internal audit to make sure that there's no spill happening during unloading or during manufacturing. And if the business can't show that those things have been considered, because you would expect them to be reasonably, knowledgeable within the business that they're operating, the EPA can force them to make changes. So it's a massive change from a compliance due to pollution spill response to a prevention measure. And we really hope that the New South Wales EPA considers a change in that focus as well in this review, because we think that, you know, it goes back to our whole mandate of if all we do is clean up, that's all we'll ever do. How do we stop it at the source? And this is another way that it can be done. through an EPA regulatory requirement. So I don't know if anybody wants to make a comment of that in the room, but I just wanted to bring that to the attention of everybody as well. Nope. Okay, cool. Next slide. I will just finish off my session on updates with saying that the New South Wales Coastal Conference is being scheduled for the 17th to the 19th of November in northern New South Wales. I wasn't able to find any other information about when abstracts or anything else was due, but if people are interested in learning more, there is a website that's live, and so that's the last of my slides. Happy to take any questions, or we can keep trucking along and take questions later on. But if there's no questions, we are going to move down. We had the AusMap presentation already. So we did have a slide placer here for you, Brian, whether there was anything else that you wanted to add around the work that the Hunter Local Land Services has been doing. So I'll pass it back to the room.
Yep, I've just said, no, I've covered already, so we can pull back that time and go on with the next speaker.
Awesome. And so I also wanted to provide that opportunity to PETA on behalf of Tide, whether there was any work that you guys have been doing in the marine debris space in the last 12 months, or how COVID had impacted your work, or anything like that that you would like to let everybody know about.
So COVID did put a bit of a downer. We had some stuff organised for last year. So I have two aspects to the plastic pollution reduction project. We have the education side, and we also have the source reduction. We work closely with Take 3, and we've actually organised something to be online for last year's education part. So we put out resources to primary school children. So that's a 3-year rolling program. So we're trying to concentrate on early childhood education, 1 year primary, and then high schools, so at least it gets spread out between the different avenues. And it also had a big impact. I had to cancel the cleanups because we couldn't actually get together during that time. So we got some more funding in, I think we signed the contract in November or December last year. So we got together and we planned the workshop for high schools this year. We had all good intentions, and then we had a flood. So we had to postpone that one too. So that's coming up, but I'll let Mandy talk in detail about that. I will just mention that it's called the Banning River Helms Turtle Project, and it's aimed at high school kids. So now I have to also organise the cleanups in Browns Creek area, Wayuna Canal, and Pennington Creek in Gloucester. I don't know how the floods are going to impact community involvement in that avenue, because there's a lot of waste, and it's a bit dangerous trying to get people to wade through waste that's been in a flood. So yeah, I've got to reevaluate that before June. So me and Brian are going to get together and have a powwow about that stuff. So
yeah, so I guess just on that point, yeah, I've been involved. So council's coordinating estuary and river cleanups, and under the emergency operations stuff post flood. There's a lot of resources available for the beach cleanups, but the estuary river cleanups are a little bit more challenging. In the Manning, EPA are continuing to fund and coordinate the cleanup in the estuarine area. So there's a lady, April McKay, at the Coast Council, who will be sort of coordinating, and we'll be looking at all the other waterways across that council area and coordinating sort of cleanups. But yeah, there are still a lot of chemical containers around, and I think that's one of the reasons EPA is still getting involved. So yeah, that's it. As I said before, there's been a lot of stuff removed already. It's still a big job. There is just silage wrap everywhere. So many fences in the floodplain have got silage wrap curtains now, and it's So that's going to be a huge issue. We have had a lot of community interest already in participating. So, but as Peter said, there are some risks we need to manage. So it's going to take a little bit of planning before we can get the community involved in those sort of clean-up events. And I had actually forgotten a little bit about what Peter had planned. So we've just been bringing you into the group that's planning that. And I wanted to mention as well, both Tide and Warramai Land Council are funded by LLS through a shorebird program for endangered eastern curlew. So Warramai is doing sites in Port Stephens, and Tide is doing sites in the Manning that are high priority shorebird nesting and roosting areas. And so they're doing cleanups annually to remove marine debris from those areas. And yeah, some of that funding's also been targeted in the Hunter, which is helping with the cleanups with Jono. But yeah, it's good to have those multi-year projects going, and we can integrate the marine debris component with other sort of ranger activities in those areas. And so yeah, hopefully we can continue to sort of build on that sort of stuff with other parts of the marine estate management strategy programs, like what Regan Lily's working on with the Indigenous teams. So yeah, I had forgotten about that. So.
It probably also, if I can mention that the Tide Aboriginal Rangers have been working with Tangaroa Blue and marine debris for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. And we've been involved in cleanup from Salisbury Creek in Newcastle all the way up to Port Macquarie. Yeah, but we've been there the last 4 or 5 years. So.
Yeah, and Brighton Island. So yeah, we had an interesting but still really great trip last time we went out there. It's really is the home of fun. So and we had a lot. Everyone probably remember the containers that fell off. I can't remember which ship it was. But yeah, we found lots and lots of noodle bowls and 100% Aussie beef sachets and lots of that sort of stuff. But we managed to get most of the island done over about 3 days. So that's something hopefully we can do every few years. And yeah, it was a really great sort of cultural learning experience for us as well to go out there with the Rangers. Yeah.
I sort of asked, are the people in the line of the aircraft quite cold?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like you're all looking a bit shivery. So we're going to see if we can turn that down. Yeah.
I had a question for Peter. I know that you were starting to work with the Rangers a lot using drones. Have you been able to do much more work on monitoring areas that are hard to kind of get into with the drones? Has that been part of your recent work?
Well, we got some funding off Brian to do some drone work, and that was just before the floods. And so he's utilised us a couple of weeks ago to fly at Manning Point and Pelican Bay, just to have a look for a lot of the marine debris that had washed up during the floods. So we got a lot of footage of oyster bags and what are they called? Hay bales, silage bales. And we crashed. Well, I didn't crash the drone, but one of my rangers crashed the drone into the Mile Lake. So we haven't been able to retrieve that one yet. So that's the main work that we've been doing there at the moment. So it just started off.
Yeah, so that we haven't really hooked up with Brendan. You know, previously we had those discussions with Brendan and Steve about using the drone to, do some assessment. I know we covered that at previous workshops. We're not really, at the moment we're focusing on the estuaries, I guess. So that was more of a beach focus thing. But yeah, that funding's actually sort of the estuary habitat monitoring. So we're just trying to kind of double up, I guess, on that one. But yeah, it's another, well, yeah. Another feather in Petta's cap that she's the chief drone pilot at Tide now, and so they've got that capability, which is really useful and gives us a different perspective. So yeah, it's great.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. Was there anything else from any of the Tide crew there that you wanted to give an update on?
Oh, yeah, okay. Brian's just asked me to mention that working on country program nationally, we've been invited to apply for 7 years funding. Hitherto, we had annual funding. The last contract was for 3 years. Only existing providers were able to apply. We're quietly confident that we'll get it, the 7-year funding. And if we do, of course, it will make long-term planning, taking on long-term contracts and that sort of thing far more feasible. So we're really excited about that.
Wow, that's amazing. And we all know long-term funding is so much easier to work with than year to year. So congratulations on that. That sounds amazing. Fingers crossed that comes through quickly. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for that update from the Tide crew. I think that Alexis was going to just do a couple of slides on some specific Tangaroa Blue stuff. Are you ready to do that, Alexis?
Okay. All right, so I imagine most of you are familiar with Tangaroa Blue Foundation's work. So I won't cover too much of that. We've got our theory of change here on the left-hand side. You can see that we're involved in lots of different pieces, from the cleanups to monitoring activities, more rigorous sort of data collection, to SRP, source reduction, to, the database is at the center of it, community engagement, policy. So we're across a whole bunch of different areas as an organization. As we mentioned earlier, we've got 18.5 million or so data points now, so coming up to 20 billion, which is a huge milestone. Hey, how many data points were there like 5 years ago? I feel like it's jumped hugely.
It took us until 2015 to get, from 2004 to 2015, so 11 years to get the first 5 million.
Yeah.
And literally it's exponential since then. So I think that we crossed 17 last year. So it's just getting, huge, much quicker. And that is in direct response to the number of organisations that are working under the Australian Marine Debris Initiative or within that network. So I think we're up to almost 2,000 organisations that are contributing their cleanup data into that database. And so that's just massive. And, if you talk to the guy, and Edwina will talk to this a little bit later, but, the data that's being used for different government processes is coming out in those big chunks now, because we're covering so much of not only the coastline, but estuaries, and in some places like in Victoria, that's stormwater traps. And so that's, it's a direct representative or a result of a network being able to work together, and so many organisations all wanting to find these solutions and collaborate. So just a massive thank you to everyone that's contributed their data into that database.
Fantastic. So some other things that we're working on, we've started moving into the academic space, partnerships with some universities. Haiti was involved with a paper that just got published last month or so, I think, which was about a digital visualization tool that sort of how our data can be used for scientific analysis. And we've got a couple of other partnerships, one with the University of Tasmania, that's to do with, it's concerned with MARPOL legislation. I don't know if you can elaborate on that, Haiti.
Yeah, so I got asked to co-host or to co-supervise a PhD student with Dr. Jennifer Lavers at UTAS. And one of the students' sectors or chapters of her PhD has been looking at source reduction projects and how they've actually can measure change. And so we've been using data from the database to look at the change in legislation that occurred at the beginning of 2013 with MARPOL. And so MARPOL is the international legislation of what you can throw off the side of a boat into the ocean. And in 2013, it changed. So in prior to 2013, you could still throw things like cardboard and glass and metal over the side of the boat, but you couldn't throw plastic over the side of the boat. And in 2013, you couldn't throw anything over the side of the boat. So they wanted to have a look at the data to see whether that had actually impacted in a reduction in sea or ship source debris, and really looking at that analysis. And so that paper is about to, or it's just been submitted. So we're pretty excited to be able to showcase the data being used in that international framework as well.
And then the third partnership is with Macquarie Union, and that's to do with rubber crumb, which Scott was touching on earlier. Another project born out of the Hunter Land Services Guide that was created a few years ago is working with those 6 sectors that we identified that I mentioned earlier. And so what we're hoping to do is create a monitoring protocol around each of the sectors that will allow us to ensure that data being collected by ourselves and by citizen scientists and volunteers that submit to the AMBI database will all have a synchronized sort of process and activity. So we've got a working group put together. We've done a big literature review of all the international recommendations and different approaches. And we're trying to work out as a group what's the balance between accessibility for citizen scientists to actually be able to feel motivated and not disheartened by the complexity of the process, and also have really rigorous data set across a wide spread of geographical settings. As the container deposit scheme is shown, for example, that's really important, and across the different sectors. So that's a really interesting process. Another thing we're bearing in mind there is how that will relate to the reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals for Australia, and the Global Partnership for Marine, Global Partnership for Marine Litter have just launched a digital database for international marine data efforts. So that's a really interesting one to keep an eye on. We want to make sure that all the protocols we create are going to also be appropriate to retrofit or to adapt for those purposes at an international level. And then that will lead into updates of our AMP database, what types of things we can record with the database, and of the app version as well. And we're looking for feedback at all times from stakeholders like yourselves. So if you would like to feed into that process of review, I think there was a link in our recent newsletter, or just let us know if you can send you feedback form again. We'd love to hear your thoughts. So about this time last year, I think it was, through the Reef Clean program, which is the Great Barrier Reef, we've got a big project on the Great Barrier Reef for 5 years to do all kinds of community activities and SRP and cleanups and monitoring activities. These 6 campaigns were born. There were workshops all online because it was during lockdown, and some really fun and successful campaigns have come out of it. These are Ditch the Flick, so that one's concerned with cigarette butts. Look After Your Tackle, which is also associated with this Know Your Knots campaign, targeting how fishers tie their knots with the idea that the tackle will stay on the line better. Be a Hero, about litter in public spaces. Don't Dump on Our Reef, targeting dog poo. And then Lend a Hand, Lose Your Lid. That was particularly relevant during a time when cafes weren't taking keep cups and everyone was back on the single-use coffee cup train. So we're trying to get people at least to take a coffee without a lid. The idea now is that there's been a lot of learnings and a lot of creative input into these campaigns. So we'd like to rebrand them not as reclaim campaigns, but as campaigns that can be adapted nationally for areas such as the Hunter. And we have a couple of suggestions for campaigns that might be suitable for the Hunter region. So having seen the top offending items in your local government areas, one would be the Look After Your Tackle Where You're Not campaign. So this is a famous Brett Fisher. His name is Darlow, something along those lines, Darlow. And he filmed himself and timed himself tying the FG knot. And then he posted it to social media and tagged another celeb fisher. And there's a little bit of a chain going between the different fishers to out-time themselves doing this knot. That's one we'd love others to pick up and share in their networks and see if we can get the train to continue. And again, that's a nice fit with the Look After Your Tackle asset that we've also got. The second was Ditch the Flicks. So Tangaroa Blue Foundation partnered with Townsville Stadium for a really successful, and it's still ongoing, a really successful cigarette campaign. So they didn't have a designated outdoor smoking area at the stadium. So what they did was they got these cigarette shaped and how do I say it? Modeled after cigarettes butt bins that are clearly designed for butts and created a designated smoking area. And then they also had this Litter Hero team made up of volunteers as well as staff in the stadium. And they went around and monitored what was the difference in cigarette butt litter after the event, or during and after the event, I think. And so far, there's been a 66% reduction in litter found, which is really exciting. I think the fourth one is just about to go ahead. And it just goes to show what the help of a good partner that's willing to listen can achieve. I think the Townsville Stadium are even now offering volunteers tickets to the next game if they want to come and assist as a Litter Hero during the game. So really cool opportunity there that can definitely be replicated anywhere around the country. So yeah, this, I guess we've already spoken about this one a little bit. It's another area of keen interest for us, is where and how is rubber being lost, or synthetic rubber being lost from playgrounds in particular. And as I mentioned, we're working with Guinea and Taz on that one. Anything else to add in there, Hayley?
Just that we're actually working with Scott and with OzMap to actually collect some core samples around rubber crumb infrastructure to be able to show exactly how much of the crumb is lost from playgrounds, for example. We also really are very keen to talk at a state and at a local government level about this, because there's a massive investment at a federal level at the moment in recycling tyres. We know we have a problem in what do we do with old tyres. And so this solution of making, soft fall rubber crumb for parks looked like it was this absolute amazing solution to recycling tyres. The problem with it is that we are seeing this environmental loss of the rubber crumb. The second thing is, if we actually look at some research that's been done both in the US and in Europe, there is some pretty serious health impacts for people that are in contact with the rubber crumb. And this kind of got kick-started in the US when there was a cancer cluster from the Women's Soccer League. And 38 women all got the same kind of cancer. 34 of them were all goalies that, and the Women's League actually plays and trains on synthetic turf as opposed to the men's team that actually plays on real turf. So that's kind of flagged some research that's now ongoing, and Europe is doing research the same. But if we have a carcinogenic, product that we're getting our kids to play on, And in addition to that, we've got a microplastic that's being released into the environment. I can't see how there should be any investment from any government authority or any use of this product by local government without actually having due diligence done. Just because we've got a problem with tyre recycling and we can make something out of it doesn't mean we should if it's not fit for purpose. And I question whether this product is fit for purpose. And anybody that's making decisions on purchasing this, please do research on this. There is actually an article that gives a very good overview. The article is called "Is Rubber Crumb the Next Asbestos?" And that title should be enough to scare the crap out of everybody.
Question. I'm very much in this area all the time, and today is the first I'm hearing about the rubber crumb. I was actually only like a couple of months ago saying to Lane, oh yeah, we should get that rubber and recycle the tires. So I think education is probably this is a big part that we need to get out to the wider community, because I didn't even know. And I'm now like thinking, well, what are the other options? Does the council have other options? Is it just the bark chip that like we used to have when we were kids? Like, what is the most sustainable playground safety net? Does anybody know?
And that's the question. Instead of like a last round of funding, for example, $600,000 going to be invested in a new machinery to upgrade so we could recycle more tires. How about let's divert some of that money to find out whether the product that it's being made is fit for purpose first. So, you know, we go back to sand until we can prove that this product actually isn't harmful for the environment. And I guess that this is an example of recycling things into something just because we can, and not doing the due diligence about whether we're actually putting it into something that is fit for purpose. And, you know, a second example is that how many of the council areas represented here have been buying recycled plastic furniture for their public spaces. Now, this is another example of a product that is being recycled into something, and it sounds great. But as soon as you go and put those chairs and tables into an area that has high UV, and it also suffers from a great change in temperature from hot to cold, we start to see microplastics being released from these products. And they ending up looking crap and end up in landfill anyway. It didn't solve the problem, it just delayed the landfill. So recycling is if we have to, but are we making something that's fit for purpose? And I would question that seriously in a lot of the government investment at the moment.
Hey, can I ask a quick question around that? So before you were talking about the legislation that's just come in from the EPA, where they can look at a business and their environmental impact that they're having, and they need to have a plan in place. I'm just wondering if they're supporting business and even local government with steps on how to assess their environmental impact in regards to these sort of things.
So I can't speak from a New South Wales EPA perspective or whether that's going to be part of their review of their strategy. From the Victorian change in legislation, the focus to prevention would suggest that those are the type of things that they would need to look at to help businesses. But I think that we need to take it even one step further back to say, why are we approving these kind of products to be invested and made in the first place? Because if they're not fit for purpose and they're causing human and health harm, then we shouldn't be procuring them. We shouldn't be investing in them. We should be making sure that those things are checked off first before any public money gets spent on them.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know much about it, but could the same be said for people trying to recycle plastic into a road? Is that a similar technology issue problem? Yeah.
100%. Like, it all sounds great, you know, it's wonderful. We're doing all of this stuff that we've been told to do for decades, which is to recycle. We found a way to recycle. That's where the sentence stopped.
Yeah. On the road one, we have, I remember the guys from Plastic Police discussing this, and when they do make the road mix, it is at pretty high temperature. So their explanation was that those plastics were actually dissolving, and so you weren't getting those kind of fibres and sort of microplastics. So that was going kind of back into petroleum type material, and there's a lot of that sort of stuff in the tar road, obviously, already. So, but yeah, I don't know the ins and outs.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
And Brian, I would say that this is the problem, and with all due respect to everybody, it's to say you can't believe a company that tells you something's environmentally friendly if it hasn't been validated from someone that's not financially invested in what they're doing. And that's the problem. If you go to the rubber crumb tyre recycling stewardship who's getting $1 gazillion from the government and they tell you that it's all good, and then you just do a little bit of Google research that shows, hey, there's some pretty serious questions here. Like, we need to get independent verification on all of this stuff, and roads are another one. Like, we just don't know because it's so new and it hasn't been trialed and the research hasn't been done on it. What happens to it in 5 years or 10 years time? We don't know because it's too new.
Thank you. Thanks. So the last little piece I wanted to talk about is also connected with the Reef Clean campaign, and that's being led by Ocean Watch. They've got 2 SRPs concerned with commercial fishing. First is about long line fishing. So tuna and swordfish typically use these long lines and they attach thousands, tens of thousands of single-use light sticks along the lines when they're fishing. Ocean Watch are setting up a lending library for fisheries to trial LED battery operated, a few different versions, because there are a few models out there, battery operated LEDs that can be reused. We're really excited to see what the results and the uptake of these are and whether they prove both an environmental and an economic benefit for fishers if they can retain the same quantity of catch using these long-term light sticks and hopefully transition away from the single-use one, which do get lost and wash up on our beaches. The second one they're looking at is bait bags. So they're working with the suppliers of bait bags who typically package in plastic to sell to wreck fishers. The commercial baits usually come in big bricks or or hardy packaging. So they're focused on these small packets that we also find washing up on the beaches. So they're trialing 4 different types of bait in both fresh and frozen format, and they're trying them across hot and cold water soluble plastic, plastic alternative, I should say, 2 compostable films, and sugarcane packaging and a cardboard packaging. And they've trialed this in the Sydney Fish Market commercial freezer for 7 weeks, very regularly checking on the deterioration or how well they're lasting. And the next step will be to submerge within a microplastic catching sort of mesh bag, to submerge the baits into water and see what the effect is for example, the packets to go in the water and end up in the ocean. What's going to happen? So that's an exciting development out of Ocean Watch. Okay, so Edwina, were you able to
yeah, I emailed it to you.
Yeah,
Last minute, there's a scientific conference coming up and it's all virtual, so you have to provide a presentation about, a month in advance of the formal life. Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm Edwina. I work for DPI in the science section in the coastal marine unit.
I'm just going to talk through some of our programs that I'm involved in. I'll talk about the key items, so you also see we'll talk more about that as well. So I might do over a few slides as we go, and then I'm going to walk you through. I think this one's going to be funky, but just to give you a little read. Yeah, I'll talk you through some of the new reset management authority initiatives that I'm working on. The key items study itself, it's monitoring program that's been going since 2017. We work with Tangaroa Blue, Southern Cross Uni, under local land services, and a few other stakeholders, working to monitor marine debris across the state, and to monitor the accumulation on a regular basis, really sort of strategic scientific way. So, we do local sites, but also analyse regionally and on a statewide scale, and we feed out, we do all of this funded by the EPA, and we feed it directly into their sort of policy and programs. At the moment, it's the only active monitoring program in the state, which is not without its hazards, but as the national index doesn't exist anymore, and the new national river measure is still in its pilot phase. Yes, it doesn't look on the screen, sorry. But yeah, as I mentioned, it's sort of standardised, scientifically rigorous, designed to be repeatable, expandable, and transferable. At the moment, it's very much a scientific monitoring study, but we're working really hard behind the scenes, and engaging other types of units who might be interested. And I know Steve's used there's 8 years with some students and with local groups, but I'm hoping to hit the EPA up for some funding, to develop it into a more community accessible study. And so then you will have the ability to have like a comparison from the local site to the state, or have it be really comparative, and also to be used by the EPA so that they can be grant area, so that they can have, when they are introducing some of their initiatives, they've got a decent monitoring program so they can measure how the impact that they're having. Yeah, there's mangrove sites, they're all sort of mangrove sites in the estuary. They'll talk to the estuary and the remote beaches on the estuary. We do quarterly macro debris surveys in 10 sites, looking at all of the debris that we find in the east tidal zone of mangroves. At the moment, we're, in the Sydney sites, we've been looking at microplastics using that OSMAT method. And again, we're looking at the EPA up for trying to expand the EKIS to have some ongoing microplastic monitoring, or at least getting that supplementary information to add to that hotspot data set that they've got. And yeah, that's something I will mention so I don't forget. But yeah, about getting people trained in different areas, and then we can get them working with our field teams. We're doing things like that. From a New South Wales perspective, these are the top. Yeah, this is pre-COVID, but the sort of the top items that we're seeing. What we've got is percentage of total. Oh yes. So what we've found with the with our S3 studies. Can you fix my eyesight? So what we found in the estuaries, approximately half of what we find is fragrance. The other half is pretty much consumer items, a little random gap, a few things in the middle. But when you're looking at, from the EPA's perspective, when you're looking at items that you might be looking to ban, or things that really need to target, you can see the differences, like when you're monitoring, including the fragments, you sort of got, for example, the snack bags at the top, you're looking at 11-12%. But then if you are looking at that as a proportion of those consumer items, then you really can, you can hone in on the kind of actions that you might be wanting to take. So it's a good application of a good demonstration of the way you can apply it to hopefully impact some change. Okay, so the Mid North Coast region, this is just a look at the data the whole way across the monitoring program. The Mid North Coast there is in the blue. This is just total item counts showing you a bit of the variability over time. And then there's also between site variability. I don't know how much you can see on the screen there, but there's the two different lines of the two different sites in this region. One thing about variability is just these environments are quite variable in general, but the way that the study is set up makes it quite easy to, it has the scientific backing so that you can pick through some of that variability and get some other trends. So this is again the Hunter region. So in the last year, in 2020, 2/3 of the items were plastic, which is shocking for anyone. But you can see how the components, this is obviously all the different components put together by material, how that does vary through time. There's definitely things that we should be looking for. This is just a good time to interject to say at the moment I use you don't need all these details, but I get all the data in and I can punch out, I can do lots of different analyses. Any kind of question that you might have is probably doable to answer, but at the moment that time is for me. And also it doesn't like it's not really a well-known fact that you can ask it that. But in the next couple of months, hopefully there will be a dashboard put up by the EPA, and that's basically going to give everyone access to that data, or maybe not everyone, but in terms of the public will have access to some, and then if you're a stakeholder, you'll be able to interrogate the data in a way that's really useful and meaningful for you. Just started working on that, and I need to be more in cahoots with Steve about that. But that is, it's just going to be a really amazing way for this great monitoring project to be able to use by you, but then also be able to help sort of design your own monitoring programs or see what is useful for you, what isn't for you, and then go from there. Originally, the study was designed to manage the effectiveness of the CDS, amongst other things, but I haven't updated this, so I apologise, but at the end of 2019, there was a consistent reduction in the amount of the container volume, the CDS container volume compared to what it was before. I haven't done it for last year because it's bigger than her job, because I think there's going to be a lot more going on with COVID and people using things and not using things. So I like to look at that more holistically before the CDS team and get in trouble. This is just showing you the variation in the different types of CDS. This is the kind of information we're looking at. This is the North Coast. And it's interesting to see that there is quite a bit of variation. But then again, this I could imagine poses a few questions, and then we can drill down into that, into the questions that you have to kind of see, is there one item driving that? Those questions. I have a really very informal theory about less plastic being less water bottles, because just the general public isn't out of the whole time, but that could just be completely incorrect. This is another example of some analysis. The food and beverage, different types of things. I'm not sure if you can see it on the slide. Yeah, the confectionery and snacks have been a huge component of, yeah.
Just on the CDS, do you know what percentage of containers are being returned, like the overall production? What the recovery rate is?
No, I don't. I think that information exists, but it hasn't been sort of yeah. And also I think I don't think I launched myself. Get ready to talk, people now. I've got to move the car. That's what sorry. Yeah, no, I don't. And also what I have been very keen to find out is and the information doesn't seem to exist. Well, no one wants to tell you, but the consumption rates as well. Like there's very much a spike in summer of CDS, whether or not that is proportionate or whether or not it's, you know, weather related. But yeah, I think there's a few things that play there.
Okay.
Sorry, I think it's very high. I don't know top of my head, but we're talking probably 3/4 of the sale being returned. Like it's very high. Yeah, I don't know top of my head, but yeah, it's been quite.
Yeah, it was just, I have a friend who's a sales rep for Coke, and he said that they would reduce the additional price they put on their customers because the recovery rate wasn't as high as they expected initially, so they weren't having to pay out as much.
Yeah.
Sort of in terms of the
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, I don't have access to the source, but I can find out.
Okay.
Yeah. Last time I looked at it, like it was quite impressive.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely.
Yeah.
It took a little while to catch
Okay.
up, I think. Yeah, I think so. Now this is the voluntary plastic bag types of bags. So your grey plastic bags. This is actually the North. Yeah, this is Mid North Coast. What you can see is, I mean, the Mid North Coast was doing pretty well to start with, but in the top right you can see that's the New South Wales numbers. So basically, it's really obvious in that big green box that everything that can happen after that, all these cold demands on the plastic bags. You know, this is just screaming beautiful evidence that the EPA has got to say, hey, look, it works. If you ban a bag, it really, you know, it really works. And someone's commentary before about the, I think Hayden's commentary about the plastics plan, like in the background, there's, you know, this data is being, you know, regularly shuffled into people's forethought there. But then also, there is a bit of a cost benefit analysis that they're doing about the alternatives and things like that. But evidence like this is pretty, you know, it's pretty hard to refute that. I mean, it's not even that that hasn't been, you know, that's just been like two places that you buy your shopping. So I mean, imagine if everyone has to do it. So the KIS is designed in a beautiful way that you can expand it and use it for lots of different purposes. Impacts of COVID, as I mentioned, the data being used for policy, and then I'll talk you through some of this research that I've been doing recently about the fragments of soft plastic. As I mentioned, that the KIS is informing that plastics plan. It has gone into the back of that. What's the lobster called? But yeah, they're using some of the data from this project to you know, to push that, you know, what kind of information they'd like to go out there. There's a new strategy coming out soon, the litter prevention strategy, and in that there will be targets and targets set about reductions as well as targets set for reductions as well as the creation of a baseline of data so that those targets can be strategically monitored going forward rather than the sort of 40% of the volume and then everyone assuming that someone's monitoring that well, which is not necessarily always the case. But yeah, so they're you know, from that perspective, using the scientific basis for the being able to then report how well they're doing. So rather than getting rid of the spear is what I say. Another thing, I think John from the EPA, another thing that I just, you know, from a point of view of what you're all very interested in, I know that the EPA is looking a lot more at the litter journey all the way from the source to the sea, and looking at where different programs are involved in that, as well as where the gaps are and things like that. So I would say watch this space, but yeah, I mean, I am excited about what will be coming out next. What will be coming up next through the strategy, as well as through the programs, because I think I think that whole source to sea is a new way of looking at that I think that they're using, which hopefully we can support with the community data study as well as lots of other things like that. Yeah, so I've been looking at particularly with the KLA Brian, Katie, and all of the other field teams, they've been taking these programs that they find, and I find it's quite like there's obvious divisions. So you've got non-plastic bag, plastic bag, and each of them has their weight or lightweight. I'm sure there are technical plastic descriptions for them, but I am crinkly and non-crinkly at this point. So I'm looking at things, the way that you divide them by, what they're made of, but then hopefully adding more value to that by then what it actually used to be. So if you ban a plastic bag, sure, you've got 3 out of 10 plastic bags out of the estuary, but also you've removed 50 pieces of white plastic bags. So in terms of monitoring the progress of issues, I think it's really important, but I think it's also, it also goes to more of your problem as well, what's going on. So this is the sort of first part of the analysis. I apologize, it's a little bit lofty, but I don't really know a good way of communicating this information, so feel free to give me an example. But so basically there is a bit of, there is change over time, and that's basically non-plastic bags and plastic bags, and then you've got the heavy or the lightweight. This is the most basic. Oh, this one's right. Okay, so basically within those categories, you can pick out things. Like you can pick out pieces of coffee cup, like the outside of it. You can pick out the snaps. You can pick out so much cigarette packet plastic. Maybe that's your category, I might be a silly issue. But then you can tell between the different products that you're dealing with. So you get a much more detailed breakdown of the different things. So I know this is probably a bit hectic, but yeah, but so what this sort of like non-plastic bag, heavyweight stuff, like you've got a really large segment. It's all just small pieces of confectionery or snack wrapper. Very much dairy milk category purple. The same with the sort of coffee cups that you can actually tell what it's made out of when you get the fragment, even though it's not even half a thing. And the same here, you're getting lots of cigarette packets. So what I'm finding is that, some, it's definitely some sites are more complex than others, but I'm also just starting to push through the data and sort of only have 2 or 3 surveys with this, and now I'm willing to sort of see how that is mirroring your larger items. If you could sort of say, oh, there's something here and it's breaking up here, or they're quite disparate and potentially they're, traveling a bit further. So, I mean, I think it's another monitoring tool, but another,
Do you know the comparison of the new Coles Woolies reusable bags in comparison to the single-use bags? Do you know how much is ending up in the waterways?
Yeah, sure. We have monitored that, and it's not a it's not a direct relationship. There's definitely more, and as time goes on, there's more of those 15 cent bags. But yeah, no, it definitely has a step there with the land as well, which when you started to turn up. So I just want to acknowledge the Prevention Unit as well as all the amazing field teams, Southern Cross, Hunter Land Services, Tangaroa Blue, and the Child Rangers when they help us out. Fantastic. I still don't have any questions on that. This is a little bit. I'm taking. No. Another thing I'm working on, the Marine State Management Authority's Marine State Management Strategy. One of the initiatives is to convene a marine leader working group. So I convene that, and it's got a huge mix of academics, policy, stakeholders, Haiti and Steve, on the working group. So there's a good mix of perspectives, really. It's been active since late September in 2019. And the major project that has been undertaken is a marine debris specific threat risk assessment. So I will walk you through that. it's basically echoing a statewide threat risk assessment, which was done 5-ish plus years ago. Where basically you're looking at the risk of something, which is basically the consequence of something happened and the likelihood that that's going to happen. So it's pretty sort of standard risk analysis. But we're doing it specifically for marine debris, specifically in New South Wales. With the help of Uni of New South Wales, who've developed the methodology for us. We've gone through an expert elicitation process to basically combine all of the information that we can about marine debris and about those assets that impacts, and there's not much that's been published on this, so it's very much a using the right people who are in the right, the right researchers and asking the right questions to gain as much information as we can through yes, so, I mean, this is an example, but basically this is a risk matrix. On the top, you've got the benefits, which is basically all we've done environmental assets, things like, cetaceans or plankton expenditures, stuff like this. And then the threats down the side are all the items. So you've got like microplastics or beverage containers, things like that. So you're basically wanting for each debris item, what the risk is that it's going to hurt one of these assets. We have also used these are the assets on the left, and we've also done a mirroring process for social values, which is a bit different, but still incorporating that the benefits that we get from the marine estate and how they're impacted. This is just a list of items which is being used. And these debris categories, the debris data, we've used the AMBI database as well as our database and Sea Shepherd data. And I'm actually working on converting the OSMAP data into a data set that can work to help with mapping of these threats. And so as Heidi alluded to earlier, in New South Wales, our colleagues who have been working on the methodology and the expert elicitation, who published that article, they have they've gone through the AMBI database and created a spatial component and created a database of different marine debris items. So we have the ability to use the spatial, like the density of different debris items, and then overlaying it with the risk that we are that's come out of that process, the threat risk assessment. So you've got a high risk of an incident, or a high risk of an impact, and you're overlaying whether or not there's a high likelihood that that's even going to happen. So you're then getting these hotspots or like a heat map of risk from one item and an environmental asset, and whether or not that's likely to happen. And that's really good for management, for working out areas to be, to be focusing on, items to be focusing on. One of the major products of threat risk assessment will be overall a priority list of items which have the biggest impact on the most amount of assets, so which really are the greatest threat to the whole of the marine estate. So giving policy management at all levels really good information to focus on where they want to focus their efforts. And just another project that I'm working on through that Marine Estate Management Authority is the Coastal Outflows Project. It's a pretty overarching project, but it's looking at the impact of coastal outflows. So once the water hits your coastal area, coastal habitats, what kind of contaminants are exported and what kind of impact that's going to have. So at the moment, we are looking at a whole suite of factors like heavy metals, etc., but we're also looking at microplastics. So having a look at if we can map the difference, or if you can ascertain that there's a difference between the concentration of microplastics close, a bit further away from the entrance to a big estuary, and using water sampling. We're investigating a bit of remote sensing technology to do that,
and looking at sort of fish that have been subdued in court, see if we can detect different levels of microplastics in those as well. So I am positive that that the coastal outflow information has gone above and beyond water quality. So I think that's a really good and a bit more of a holistic approach. But yeah, so that's just sort of kicking off now. And yes, that's me.
Thanks, Edwina. Does anyone have any questions for Edwina?
Well, that's good. Good presentation. Thank you.
So we're going to break for lunch now, and we do have a couple of speakers after lunch. So we'll just cut lunch down for 30 minutes and try and get back for 1:30. After break, we have Mandy to speak, we'll have Steve speak, and Annette also from the yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Are there any vegetarians? Yeah, so there is vegetarian options on the side.
Yeah, no,
I'll just pop this up here and okay, that's even better.
That's way better.
So, thank you for having me. My name is Amanda from Take 3. I'm one of the co-founders. We've started, for many of you, I already know your faces and had the pleasure of working with you over the years. For those that are new, I know I've had a couple of people ask since I have been here, so I won't make that assumption. Take 3 is a not-for-profit, became a charity in 2014. And over the last 11 years, we've had a strong focus is around education and working collaboratively with other organisations, local government, to achieve the greater goals, which for us is of impact of plastic pollution. And all my words are just flying out the window now. I had all this time to channel that, now I'm losing it. So the last couple of years we've been, well, probably 6 years now, we've been working on the plastic pollution source reduction project with Mid Coast Council, Hunter Local Land Services and Tide. And we've worked on mainly with schools and the education side, have done some little audits as well, adding to the database. And just building on those relationships. And I'm just going to scroll down. I'm just going to hopefully not press the wrong thing. So that's just yeah, just a little bit about the last 11 years and where we've been at. Just that simple messaging has now been taken into 129 countries, over 300,000 followers on social media. So again, the focus is on behaviour change through simple, small actions that can be done by anyone, anywhere, every day, because that behaviour change is, I think it's not as overwhelming as going and doing like one big cleanup once a year and thinking, okay, I'm done. And that's still a great thing, and that we still need to do that. But it's about, as Heidi will back me all the way, it's about turning it off at the source. And how do you do that? It's not going to just come without education. You need to know and understand the bigger issue and not be overwhelmed by it and just think that you can, so those smaller actions that you can take every day. So what I was hoping I could be reporting on today is our amazing Manning River helmeted turtle, which I didn't even put helmeted in that. but it is the Manning River helmeted turtle, and it's a very endangered species, impacted by drought in the 2019 particularly, and we're looking at all the challenges around the turtle, but our focus is on plastic pollution source reduction. We always look at hero species. In 2018, we ran Project Green Sea Turtle with the primary students, and that was fabulous and was well received and just kept people still talking about it. The following year, we ran the Project Loggerhead. It was a little bit harder. So one of our learnings from that is student buy-in. How do we make it interesting we had a great relationship on the Central Coast, and just kind of everybody knew it just sort of happened. But again, just building that capacity to be meaningful to certain individuals and in schools, or having to teachers. So one of, again, the learnings this time when I went and promoted the project was looking at why would somebody want to be part of this? And it's like, so I approached the careers advisors and asked whether there were students that they could profile, because we were only inviting 4 students per high school to come along. And so that helped a little bit because straight away it wasn't just having to tie in with an educational outcome, which was only relevant to 4 people, or just environmental leaders, or just student representative council. What I really wanted from this was that there could be young people out there who didn't even know they were leaders, that, they use the word leader, they immediately, separate themselves. Well, that's not me. I'm not up in front of the assembly every week doing that. So when I spoke to some Aboriginal education, and I had meetings with Aboriginal Education Consultative Group, speaking to wellbeing officers in the school as well. I'm like, there might be sensitive shy types there, or kids struggling with anxiety. There might be kids who are leaders that haven't tapped into their energy areas yet. And so that's what interests me. That's what makes me tick, and has always been that driving force behind any of the programs we do. And then you get amazing support from like Hunter Local Land Services and Mid Coast Council and Tide. And then it just snowballs, and we've been able to then talk to the Manning River, Friends of Manning River Turtle, who have also provided some incredible resources, and will be our speakers when we finally get the new date, which has had some challenges, and I will let that come out through the online email. I'll let you all know and keep you updated, but it should happen in the next, within the next month would be ideal. Because we'd like to have a finish date by end of June. So yeah, so we've, and even from that DPI, the Hunter Community Engagement Team, got in contact with us and like, we've got these resources you can use. And it's just like, it again, and we had meetings with the reptile park, like Planet Ark, who did the breeding program, and just Peter Sholton, the incredible illustrator, who has he's had an Order of Australia medal for his artworks, and he's given us his permission to use it for the workbooks, which are all printed now. So just all of a sudden there's this collaboration of people all excited and interested in making some changes. So and obviously Mid Coast Council too had a program which was already focused around an art project they wanted to run in the primary schools. The plan was to take the secondary school students and get them to give them a way of engaging with a feeder school that they could go in and talk to them about the Manning River turtle and about plastic pollution issues while they were doing these really cute little Manning River turtle, which like art pieces, which are meant to be going on to one bigger piece at the regional art gallery. So just having all these connections, I just love dot connecting and making something have a story. So we've been really fortunate. The other thing as well too, working with Biripi elders and cultural people, it created an interesting discussion around the language as well. It's one underpinning all of our programs is our the discussion and engagement with the different Aboriginal cultural and land council groups from different areas. and finding out the historical links to waterways and understanding country and connection is a huge part of what we do and what we try and bring across to the young people to be able to make a difference and create action plans. So if anyone's got any questions on that, I know I'm time limited. No, you can ring a bell anytime. Okay, that's cool. I can whip through the rest of it. So the other things that we have happening as well, and we've offered these to the schools in addition to the workshop that we'll be running on the mid-coast. We've had a leadership program. Let me see. Yep, so a leadership program which starts on the 27th of April. And this is a free sign up, which has been sponsored by SCJ. And young people are able to sign up between the hours of 2 and 3, whether it's in school hours. If they can't, if the timing isn't good, they can do it after hours. But it's for 6 weeks, and it's for students that may miss out or be living in an area where it isn't possible to get to a workshop, where they've still got the opportunity to take some of these tools and learnings and to be able to make a difference in their own area. And the lady we brought on to run the project is a global educator. So it's been fabulous having Annie Willard to feed into having everything, not just like a token gesture towards the SDGs, but really authentically immersive program. So we'll have really excited to run the secondary school. That'll be this term coming up, and then primary school will be in term 3. So that's just something we'll be able to offer our community. So there's my little thing about the SDGs, which we can skip through. The other thing then with all of these programs from the workshop through to the youth leadership is the Take 3 Youth Summit. So engaging in any of the programs with Take 3, the students are then able to, 4 students are eligible to register for the Youth Summit, which will be held at Taronga Institute of Learning on the 7th and 8th, which one of them is World Oceans Day, which we didn't do by coincidence. So we are really excited about that. We've got 5 councils on board who have helped support. And what is important about this, and it's, as I was sort of talking about before, that finding young people, what their energy areas are, what's interesting to them, sport, whatever their interests are, how can they turn that into something that translates across into creating a ripple effect in their little ecosystem. So that is sort of, I guess, the bigger picture thing. And the speakers that we have coming to that, we've got some young people and we've got some old ones too, but they have got incredible experience to be able to help give those students the tools to then go back and work within their local government area with the councils to look at maybe what is already in existence, because too often we're reinventing the wheel. We are, I have so many people say to me, even today, how do I do something like this? How do I start something like this? And I'm like, you don't. You go and you work with someone who's already gone through all the internal energy output, because your energy is too important. We need it to help keep breathing life into what we've already started. It's too much going on out there. With organizations like Tangaroa and Take 3 and Australian Seabird Rescue, these are all people we work with side by side. We all have a role to play, and whatever your interest is, go and put that energy into that, because you can do some amazing stuff and skill sets that we all need. We need you, and we need to be able to celebrate your story as well. And so that's the kind of learnings that we would like to be passing on through our workshops and through the Youth Summit. So this isn't my project. I'm not hugely familiar with every little detail, but it's a bit exciting. So I have to actually include this as outside of my education hat. But we have a girl, Nicole Hollier, that's come on, and she works in the tourism industry, and we have a It was under the Community Leader Grants Program, and we're working with National Parks to create tools and a survey and it's called First Wave Project. But what I will do is just that will go out in the slides and information, and there's a lot more information that can be given, but I just thought I'd touch on that briefly because we don't just, our education, even though that's my little hat, our education encompasses the whole area of the, from business cleanup, CEO cleanups, working with community. You're better to work with business than against them. They often want to do the right thing. Again, education, they always have the tools to be able to, and I'm excited. I know Peter was talking about doing some work with the local business. Is that still? Yeah, so just even being able to give some of the resources across that you could use to, and any other organisation that they could utilise, and again, instead of having to go, oh, where do I start with this? And then the other thing that I wanted to touch on was our short films. Oh, where is it now? Okay. Oh dear, I'm going to do something bad, am I? There we go. The short film. So last year we what did we do? We worked on short films and we created 6 of them, and they're beautifully filmed. Our CEO is Sarah Beard, who was a documentary maker, producer with Blue the Film, and we already had funding for this particular project, and now those resources sit on Cool Australia. So they're sort of standalone short films, so anyone can access them. They're free, but they illustrate connection, systems, the local solutions, global solutions, but just in a way that's kept short and could be illustrate certain points. So it could be before, they're just worth tapping into and having a look at, and they may come in handy, or it's a resource that you can pass on, through education. If you're in council and you're like, oh, look at these resources, it's kind of something you can utilize. So, yeah, and so just, and then even today, I was actually meant to be down at Ettalong. We're working with the Guide Dog Association. So this is like how everyone thinks, like, what's your average day in your life look like? I'm like, there's no average day ever. So developed some sensory activities for aged 4 to 17. So 3 very different age groups with their guide dogs. We'll be down and having a stand-up paddle day on the beach, and also learning about the environment and connection. So that's pretty cool that I've been able to do that remotely, and I've had a dear CEO down there on the beach working with the children today. So can't wait to see the photos from that. But has anyone got any questions at all? And if I probably overlooked or missed anything, I will just put it in our notes and I'll send it out, because I know time is very short, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, just let me know that we have another participant online. That must be Alyssa. Alyssa, would you like to just quickly introduce yourself to the group?
Hello everyone. I don't have a clue who's there in the room. I can't see, you're all a bit small. Thanks for letting me jump in at the end. I'm Alyssa Rogers, Local Land Services. I'm the volunteer coordinator in the Lower Hunter area. So a team of volunteers based on Ash Island. We've been doing lots of cleanups in the Lower Hunter estuary all last year. Well, since June last year, we've done 15 cleanups. We're up maybe 16 or 17, and there's a couple more to do before the end of financial year. And then after that, we're currently trying to secure funds for additional cleanups, because I've got all these volunteers that are really keen and they're into it and they want to keep going.
Awesome. Thanks, Alyssa. Next we have Steve. Are you going to do your own slides, Stephen?
Yes, I am. So if you can give me permission to share my screen, I will do it. I'll try now.
I think you should be able to already.
Okay, let's have a look. Is that coming up?
Beautiful.
Can't see it from here, so I'll take your word for it. Cool. Look, thanks very much for this opportunity. As you can see by my title slide, this bears a lot of resemblance to Ed's presentation because I'm talking a little bit about the key littered items study, which we rolled out in 2017. But as Ed mentioned, I'll just roll down to my next slide. That has two major components. She spoke about the urban estuaries, and that's certainly where we get most of our data with quarterly surveys since 2017, 12 sites throughout the state. But we also have a remote beaches program, and that involves 9 sites, which we survey much less frequently. So we look at accumulation over a period of a year. We did our first surveys back in 2017, which was an initial stock assessment, if you like. And then since then, we've been doing annual surveys in December to look at what washes up on the beach. In particular, we've had a focus on bottles, plastic bottles, because of this was put together on the back of the CDS. So I'm just going to talk about the remote beaches component today, and Ed's already done justice to that massive volume of data that we've got from the estuaries. So I have to say that if you have to do any form of debris pickup, that probably the remote beaches one is one of the best. You can have a lot of fun, walk 4Ks on the beach, you get your exercise in, probably close to your 10,000 steps for the day. But also, you know, there's a great feeling when you're walking on something which initially looks quite clean, but does have debris on it, and you know that you're leaving it relatively pristine, unlike many environments where it's almost impossible to remove everything. So remote beaches, we had to make a definition before we jumped into this, and basically we decided that the best definition for this program was that they were difficult to access either through distance from urbanized areas or through access being limited to off-road vehicles or a lake view walk. And the main reason for this is we really wanted to find something where there was limited human intervention. So when we look at what's washing up on the beach, we know that it's a good snapshot and a realistic snapshot of actually what is in coastal waters and what's landing on our beaches. So down the bottom, you'll see, oh, this is the motley crew in the picture. I think you'll recognize a few faces in the crowd over there. And, you know, many of the people involved in this workshop and other workshops in the past are critical members of the team going to these places. And it has been quite challenging in different years through bushfires on the south coast. It's going to be interesting to see what happens at the end of this year with the remnants of flooding, etc. too. So down the bottom, you can see 2017 was our stock assessment. We had the return and earn, or the introduction of the CDS. The end of that year, we had 2018, 2019, and now 2020. And the data I'm going to show you are very preliminary because it's actually quite a bit of forensic garbology to assess the bottles and work out exactly or extract as much information as we can from them. So another reason for, this is, I guess, substantiating the use of remote beaches. And this is my local beach where I take the dog, not quite every morning, but frequently. And this is a garbage bin right at the entrance down onto the beach. And if you look at this little bit here and I focus in, you can see a couple of bottles here, and you can clearly see that this one is a wash up. So there are a lot of people who, when they go up to the local beach, carry a bag, they do the right thing, they pick things up. And so, you know, having these beaches which are free from intervention gives us a much better chance of picking up real patterns. The other reason for targeting bottles is that some preliminary data we had from what we called the Bottles on Beaches program, which was a citizen science program running between just south of Coffs Harbour up to Byron Bay, where we recruited local volunteers just to, in their normal activities, go and pick up bottles. We got some really, really interesting results, which we published in 2018, which indicated that a lot of these bottles are actually 49% are coming from other countries and almost certainly being discarded from ships. So only 6% had marine growth, suggesting that they hadn't been at sea for very long. And when we looked at the commercial shipping figures, we found that going past that region every day, there's around about 15 commercial vessels. And I'll come back to that point a little bit later on. This is interesting though, Coca-Cola company, 33% of the bottles, but the two most frequently found foreign bottles were water bottles from 2 companies in China. So what we do is we set up transects which are 1 kilometre long, and we walk those and we collect all of the bottles. We're now collecting all litter. We have been for quite a long time, but we're just started to assess all that litter. While we cover the whole beach, we find by far the majority of items right up at the strand line, or even right over in the vegetation line over the back of the berm. And these become really good accumulation sites for debris over a longer period of time. So to what I wanted to tease out of the information today, at the outset, we made some predictions about what we should see if the CDS is being effective in this habitat. And one is that we should see a decline in total bottle density as those Australian bottles or New South Wales bottles are taken out of circulation. We should see a decline in New South Wales sourced bottles, but assuming that foreign shipping and doing the wrong thing continues at the same sort of level, we should see an increase in the proportion of foreign bottles relative to the New South Wales or Australian bottles. And I'm just really going to show how we go about doing that forensic garbology. And, you know, some of it's quite easy because if they've got a barcode, we can actually use the first 3 digits on the barcode. And here we can see 931 is Australia, 690 is China. So we can tell straight away if there's a barcode and a label exactly where the product was produced. I'm going to come back to the cap print and embossing, and I'm happy to say that a lot of items do have telltale embossing, which makes sometimes difficult to track down, but it does make it a little bit easier. But by far the majority are through looking at general bottle shape. And this is really where the you need a good pair of eyes, and it's very similar to identifying the difference between very similar species in a sort of biodiversity context. And I've had various volunteers with amazing ability to compare bottles and pick up identities from our reference collection, which at the moment stands at over 520 bottles. And I'm very grateful to Hayley for sending some down in really nice condition, which is going to make has made our job a lot easier, particularly some of the ones from up at the Cape. So the biggest problem we have now is where do we store them? Limited space, but anyway, we're working on that one. We've also used crowdsourcing. Now, this bottle wasn't actually from this program, it was from the previous program in the Bottles on Beaches, but I put the bottle cap, which is really quite, you know, it's quite distinctive. I don't know if you can see that well in the room, but it looked like the writing was, I thought it was Greek, to be honest. But one of my Facebook friends thought she recognized it, sent it to a friend who actually said, this is a bottle of mineral water from a town, Sarichanka, in southern Ukraine. So, you know, the internet and Facebook in this case is a fantastic way of actually sourcing some of these identifications. And we've used it for identifying language or product type if we haven't had people who are able to read the script on campus as well. So this is the, I guess, one of the products, or multiple now, we've got multiple sheets of these, which are being really, really useful, is where you do have that bottle embossing. We've been able to track down where the bottles come from. And this is a fantastic way. If the bottle's got embossing, we can be pretty confident that we're going to get 90 to 95% of them down to country of origin. We've now got, and I haven't compiled the other sheets, but I think we've got enough leads now to do something like 4 sheets. And this, by the way, for those that run education programs, this is a fantastic thing to do with kids. We've run it in a situation where you get school kids come in, we give them one of these and say, find out where these bottle lids are from. And they start, if we have time, we get them to go and pick things up off the beach if there is anything, and see if they can identify where they come from. But usually we short circuit it by throwing a bunch of bottles in a box and say, go for it, find out where these are coming from. And obviously the story is not all the garbage washing up on your beach is locally generated. So this is just the general results. We've collected, recorded, analysed 1,189 bottles over the duration of the program, 23 countries of origin, and you can see where the primary ones are. It's not surprising that Australia contributes the most, but look at this for China and within the region. So within this sort of Southeast Asian region, this is where we're getting the majority of the bottles. We've got some weird ones, like one from, got a couple in the last batch from Saudi Arabia. I think that was down from Brian's area. Egypt, France, Germany, Turkey. So we're getting them from all over the place, and it's really quite interesting. The interesting thing, though, is that only 6.3% of the total had marine growth. So there's absolutely no doubt that these have not drifted all the way across from these destinations. They're actually been discarded from ships. So what are the trends? Let's have a look at how we're tracking against those predictions. And bearing in mind that 2017 was a period with unknown, period of accumulation beforehand. So of course the totals are going to be higher, but just tracking from 2018, you can see we got an initial decline in total numbers, but they've actually gone up between the surveys in December 2019 and 20. If we look at the overseas bottles, the numbers have stayed pretty much the same. And in actual fact, we got a slight increase in Australian source bottles in 2020 compared to the last 2 years. So it's not encouraging. What is encouraging is the number of unknown bottles that we're getting is decreasing, and that's because our reference collection is effective. And I think we've gone from something like 34% unknown down to about 16 from memory. And looking at that by proportion, because remember, I said that we anticipated that the proportion of overseas bottles would increase. Well, we're not really seeing that either. Certainly, we had with this big spike, we had this increase and crossover. Prior to that, the proportion of bottles favoured very much overseas, so above that 50% mark that we found in the preliminary surveys. So look, that's all the data I'm going to present, and I just wanted to tease out a couple of conclusions. So at the moment, the predictions aren't supported by the data. There's only a small decrease in bottles from 2018 to 2019, but there was an upward trend from 2019 to 2020. Bearing in mind that, you know, we're not getting massive numbers. It's not like going to a beach in Indonesia and seeing all the bottles washed up. So it's not, well, it's a useful tool for monitoring this. There are other ones which you could also use. The number of foreign bottles has remained relatively constant over the whole program. So we're not seeing an increase, we're not seeing a decrease at this stage. But the important thing is that if we just look at the bottles, and this is really extrapolating to say the whole coast of Australia, over 50% of the plastic bottles we're getting on beaches are actually sourced from offshore. And this is clear contravention of MARPOL regulations. We've known about it for a long time. We've raised it at the Senate inquiry. I raised this as a specific point that, you know, it's great to have local regulations and enforcement, but if we actually find that 50% or more of the items are coming from elsewhere, then we clearly have to extend this to a broader jurisdiction. But getting somebody to take ownership of that is becoming problematic. It's certainly not just in Australia where this is the case. There have been a couple of other papers recently from South Africa in particular, demonstrating cross-country contributions of plastic waste onto beaches. And I guess those discussions will continue. I've already mentioned this. It's really great that our unlabeled bottles, our ability to identify bottles is improving all the time. But those damn bottle designers, they change them all the time. So a lot of that is good because it's reducing the amount of plastic that they're using. You compare an older bottle to a newer bottle, and the plastic is much, much thinner. The caps are smaller. but it does pose challenges for the forensic arbology team for sure. The other big issue is erosional events, where some of our sites have been quite strongly affected. And so that's clearly going to have an impact on their holding ability. So, you know, these are the sort of environmental variables that we have to consider if we're looking at this in a more long-term context. And indeed, I'm hoping that, and this is subject to funding, but I'm hoping that we will be continuing this in December 2021. And look, I'll finish up just with the same acknowledgements that that Ed had, basically to the EPA and Litter Prevention Unit who funded a lot of this work, and all of the people involved in these different institutions who have either been actively involved in the field work or have given us strong support. So, and I'll leave it there, thanks.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing my screen.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? I was envisioning some way to overlay Global Fishing Watch data with marine debris tracking and having a litter monitoring from boats data set one day. So we had one more speaker online. Is Annette online then?
Hi, yes, I am here. Sorry, I don't have video capacity at the moment. My IT offsider yesterday did something to my computer when I was talking to Elaine, so I don't know what he's done there, Elaine. But it's anyway. Just very briefly, Peter asked me if I could just do a quick little, you know, what Mid Coast Council is doing. So I'll just. Hopefully I'll be able to share my screen with you. It's just a brief overview of what we're trying to achieve in this space. Has that come up? Okay.
Yep, we can see that.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm education coordinator at Mid Coast Council, and as you've heard already, we're doing quite a few sort of in partnership projects that Mandy's already talked to about the high school leadership program that is working also with Tide and obviously Hunter Local Land Services as well. I'm just going to show you about another concept that we've brought online, and that's as part of our partnership with Take 3 for the Sea and an outdoor art exhibition space at Bluey's Beach. So I'll show you some of the things we're doing in that space. And we've decided in the short term to put some time and energy into some social marketing through Instagram and Facebook, trying to sort of target the issues of plastic waste avoidance. So I'll just show you a few of those as well. Currently trying to update some of the information on our council webpage, which will include information about Tangaroa Blue, so that we try and raise the profile of citizen science and getting our communities involved. And also in terms of school of engagement, we're going to be working with the Manning Entertainment Centre to bring an entertainment troupe called Junkyard Beats to a performance, and then hopefully taking some workshops into schools. So as Mandy has already mentioned, I'm not going to go over that again, but we're hoping very much that we're going to be undertaking that workshop in the next couple of weeks or so. So the partnership that we also extended was this outdoor exhibition space that's outside the Bluey's Beach Motel in Bluey's Beach in Pacific Palms region here on the mid-coast, and utilising some of the images that Take 3 is sort of quite renowned for. This gallery is called One Square Gallery, and that's obviously about the size of the art installation. The idea is that there are artists who actually display their art, and then their art is sold on from that space. But the curators have agreed to provide me with a leasing arrangement of one of those spaces. We've taken that opportunity to then try and I guess, raise the profile of how important it is for all of us to be active in this space of plastic avoidance, and part of the whole, I guess, the collection process. That was the first installation, and this is the current installation that we have there. Again, Take 3 image. And of course, one of the things that seems to be happening is then we're getting reposts where those who are liking it on Instagram are then reposting it. So that's a good sign for us. We have a series of Instagram posts where we continually are trying to sort of raise the profile around a whole range of waste avoidance issues, and obviously, you know, plastic pollution is a major driver for us in this particular or using this particular medium. So some of the imagery that we've been putting up there on Instagram with messaging around, you know, obviously reducing plastic use and single-use plastics, as well as how problematic microplastics are. Obviously trying to promote being as plastic free as possible. And my little slideshows just failed me. I had all of this layered on, but anyway, so you get the gist of what we're trying to do with that here. Just constantly through 3 posts a week, trying to let people, well, try to increase the reach of our audience with this, but also to raise the profile of what we all need to do in this particular space. And this is the information that we'll update on our website, trying to encourage people to be part of the citizen science activities of not just Tangaroa Blue, but also Take 3 for the Sea and other groups as well. This is what Amanda was talking about before with the Manning River Turtle community art project, where it was engaging students to actually create these turtles, raising awareness about the endangered turtle. And then as part of the United Nations Day for Biodiversity, Biological Diversity, it's going to then form this big turtle art project. That's the Take 3, that's the junkyard beats that are coming. Our natural systems team are also very engaged in this space, and working closely with Tide and with Brian and his team. And then this will be our next installation at the One Square Gallery, and we will rotate these images through and then start a new series once we've had these images up for a little while. So thank you. That was just I just wanted to give you a little brief insight into some of the social marketing that we've been doing.
Awesome, thanks, Annette. I just want to say I've learned heaps today about not only new research that's happening, but also about what everybody's doing. And if we're going to support each other within this, you know, this issue, then, you know, one really easy thing that we can all do, because we're all pretty much on some form of social media, is like someone else's page and keep up to date with some, and share with your networks as well. And that way we keep the network a little bit better. And, you know, what Mandy said and in her presentation about trying to avoid duplication, but collaborate more. You know, that's one way we can do that, is just to keep a little bit aligned with who's doing what. And thank you for sharing everybody's information today. You know, we've had so many people talk that we've actually left less time for what we were going to do later on in the second half. But I think it's still really important to have a look at these last little bits before we wrap up at 3. Alexis, can you just share that slide, the after lunch slide for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, we're not connected, are we? Can you see that?
No, not yet. I can just still see the room.
Oh, I didn't just click. Thanks.
There we go. Perfect.
Right.
Awesome. So just some things to capture before we wrap up for the day. And I just had indicative times here, but we're going to forget what the timing says and just spend a few minutes on each of these points, which is a basic SWOT analysis for our working group. The first thing is what things in the marine debris space did we find has worked particularly well in the last 12 months, which has been extremely challenging for a multiple of reasons. So just some ideas of some real take-home things that worked really well that we can capture and share. And we will send out a copy of the main presentation to everybody at the end with some links from things that people have shared today, but also some of these points as well. And I'll start off, but from a Tangaroa Blue perspective, actually taking a lot of our source reduction projects and taking them online, actually we found a better way of doing things. So COVID was a bit of a blessing in disguise for us to create those campaigns around Ditch the Flick and Look After Your Tackle. So I'm very excited that that's a good thing that came out of it, and now we've got assets that we can share further. So who else would like to share something that worked well in the last 12 months?
Meetings. Sometimes the lack of, not having to travel as far sometimes, and you're like, oh, actually, but then it's really nice to come back face to face as well every now and then.
Well, I was astounded by the number of people who are doing so many good things about the place. Great to be here today and see what everyone's doing. Fantastic.
Anybody else have anything that they surprised them that they got better in the last 12 months, or something that worked particularly well that they just trialed and it kind of worked out better than before?
Just one post slide. Good news story, I guess, was there was some landing eyes from Ocean Watch, and but just a lot of kind of randomly shared information on social media around people flying aquaculture gear that was washed up on flood and returning it to oyster farmers. And there was some pretty random sort of paths for people to find out where their stuff had ended up washing up. But that was, it was really nice how engaged the community was after the flooding, in terms of getting that back to them and just cleaning up in general after the flood. That was really, it really just ran behind me, just that people really don't want to see plastic on beaches, and that they really do care about it. So I think that was a big thing for me.
It was impressive how it wasn't, everyone came together, organisations, like government, everyone just sort of national, everyone just jumped in and just went, right, who can do what, and it wasn't just our little mob, everywhere that was affected seemed to have, I can't speak for that wasn't that meeting that we've had, but it was just done so well, like on the best way to handle things, from what have we done, how do we promote handling, like say, the banning of the turtle that's found down on the beaches, and having input back into like, well, it's probably more likely to be found in a paddock. So in which case, don't put it back, it needs to go straight to the reptile park to be, handled. And I mean, and not just that particular incident, but like a whole range of issues, like about finding stuff on the beaches that could be, do we get the public involved for cleanups? Well, not at this point, it was dangerous stuff. Okay, great. Just having the messaging clear and communicated so everyone was on the same page, I think is really good.
Yeah, I think that it was recognised as an issue, and that it was important to remove all that stuff. And I guess, it was kind of nice to find that information in that we've done years ago in the marine debris monitoring program guidelines that we could use. There was a sheet that we developed for a rapid assessment, and that was really helpful. So it was like, oh, that's nice. We've already done the work, and yeah. So I think our ongoing partnership places well to respond to that emergency.
And in some cases, you know, having to respond to an emergency and how all the parts fit together provides a really good opportunity to capture that framework now. I use an example of when I lived back in WA many years ago. They had their first major whale stranding in over 10 years, and everybody wanted to get involved to help these whales that were washed up along, you know, 20 kilometres of coastline. But a lot of the knowledge had been lost within the government agencies on how to respond to that, just because people had moved on and there was nobody there. We had to deal with 30 stranded whales, and it was a bit of a messy process because everyone was coming in very, very new. What we didn't know is 6 weeks later, we had another pod of whales wash up of 120 whales. And the whole process worked really, really smoothly because all of those processes have been recaptured again, and we knew what volunteers could do. We knew what equipment needed. We knew who could provide what, when and how, and what needed to be done. So, you know, taking an opportunity now to capture the network and the assets and the responsibilities and roles and opportunities is really one that should be captured and almost renewed and reviewed annually to enable those responses to be timely but also appropriate. Anybody else have anything that they wanted to add on what went well for the last 12 months?
We,
All right.
I don't know if it's useful for anyone else, but we've started looking at using job form on devices for, it's specifically for our rescues, but all of these little apps, there's so many little apps these days, there's an app for everything, and job form is good for, instead of having to get signatures and places and dates of people, you can just have it on your phone and the person can send it to you at the location and you can come home and then transfer it onto a computer easily. And then also the other app we were using is Sling, is that right? Sling. For volunteers, it's a free app for, it's like a rostering app for volunteers. If anyone needs that sort of thing, to check it out.
Awesome. Can you, Alexis, can you just maybe make sure you not get the exact names of those apps, and we can share that in the email that we send out at the end as well. They seem really helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. All right, we'll look at the next point then, which was around weaknesses. I mean, we've had a challenging year and some more than others. Where did people find were the major challenges, or what just didn't work? And that can be stuff that maybe you'd been doing successfully in the past that just, you know, just didn't cut it for 2020, or things that you thought would work that just didn't.
Definitely last year, well, last year, I think the primary, we rolled out an education program and we had to go online, and at that point the schools were like, it's the barest minimum, you know, in terms of learning, like everything else had to drop off the side. So there wasn't any, teachers were struggling to just keep up with rewriting all their programs to go online. And, you know, even though our program that we were offering was online, they were just, yes, struggling to keep up with the basics, and everything else just had to kind of go. And there was no way to kind of keep kids, you know, engaged. So that was hard. I think everyone had a good old time speeding up their plans to scale things up and going online. It all had to happen in about 6 weeks. So that was pretty full on. That was, yeah, probably the hardest. So engagement was a bit of an issue.
I think for my program, getting volunteers, you know, replacing all the volunteers that you couldn't utilise because of COVID. So that was still a bit of an issue. Ryan was consistently there, but I couldn't have lots of my volunteers.
Did you find some of your key people, like our key educators, went, well, we'll just do our PhD this year, and they're like, or they're going to work or do volunteer at a part-time job, that all of a sudden they're just like, oh, well, I'll keep studying because obviously this year's so yeah, so you sort of, and they move sideways at the whole thing. So yeah, some key stuff.
Yeah, I think, and all the practical considerations of COVID with everyone washing their hands and having to wash the vehicle before someone else uses it, has made everything 4 times harder. Still doable.
Yeah, I guess that bringing people together in numbers was hard. We had, and I'm sure as other people did, had grants that had to be either, you know, varied, or you were at the risk of losing funding because you just couldn't deliver stuff like you would. We were lucky in that we could transition away from community volunteers, where we, you know, on some of our sites we would normally invite 20 people and get it done in a day. But instead, you know, we had to allocate 2 staff members to do it over 4 or 5 days to deliver the same outcome, which wasn't bad. You know, we were able to do it safely. We managed to keep long-term data sets going, and it kept our staff working. But still around logistics with particularly Indigenous communities being closed, not being able to get to Cape York, those kind of things. Yeah, we had to all adapt pretty quickly. But I mean, in that respect, trying to even put into place plans to counter things like this in the future, we can't think this is the last time something like this is going to happen. So pre-planning moving forward in how to adapt our programs is probably a part of the risk assessment that we can do straight away. Opportunities, I guess that's the big one. And this is not just opportunities for each individual organisation, but more importantly, what opportunities are out there for us to collaborate together?
Yeah, well, the big one for me is the Hunter Port Stevens sort of marine breed partnership. I'd really like to see. I've got a proposal in internally to try and get some additional funding, but yeah, I would really like to see if we can. The model we've got on the mid-coast is LLS and council have committed to like 3 years worth of funding and matching funding, and then actually council's put in some extra through ANAD. But I think in the Hunter, because we've kind of got a few more players, probably even a smaller commitment from a large number of players would get us the quantum of funding we need to really be able to meet that kind of demand that Alyssa was talking about before, and the level of interest. And I think that model we've developed for mid-coast could be really used as a basis for something down here. So yeah, I was hoping we would have progressed a little bit more by today, but yeah, I'd really like to work with the players down here to try and yeah, bring something together for this area. Yeah.
We'd really also like to hear from any partners in the region that might be keen to explore the Look After Your Tackle and Ditch the Flick source reduction projects. As I mentioned, you know, the assets have been designed specifically for the Great Barrier Reef, but we're looking at co-branding and changing just the branding, but keeping the messaging the same and rolling it out more on a national scale. So, you know, we've got a little bit of budget to help with that already, but keen to look at opportunities to collaborate on ground projects and you know, potentially look for some joint funding to make that happen as well. So if anybody's keen, and please, if you're a fisher person, get out there and do your Know Your Knots challenge, and let's see whether you can beat Starlo and the crew.
I'd probably like to bring up something there, as we at Seabird Rescue, but we got ourselves invited to the fishing festival that was on at Lake Macquarie, which apparently attracts about 5,000 people. And that was no mean feat, because obviously fishing, tackle and disposal is one of the biggest things for seabird rescue. So it was supposed to be on this weekend, and we were going to go for 2 days. We were a bit sort of nervous about it, but it's been cancelled, which is kind of a real shame. We were having a meeting about it 2 nights ago, and heard that it had been cancelled. We actually don't know why. It will come again, but that was sort of 5,000 fisher people. But what you're saying about partnerships was interesting, because I've been looking around and discovered Tangaroa Blue, which I hadn't heard of before. Brought it up with a contact at DPI, who was going to be at the fishing festival. And he was very keen that they only use their own sort of logos, and so, and I don't know the landscape, so I didn't like pushing into that too much, but I'd seen that campaign about take care of the tackle. I thought it was very appealing, but it was just interesting to kind of want to put something together and get some opportunities and then some blocks in that as well. So just the people's info. So yeah.
Yeah, that's you know, connecting with the wreck fishers in a non-threatening, you know, non-confrontational way is really important to explore those opportunities. And Tangaroa Blues created a partnership with Ozfish, who are a recreational fishing body, and they've been helping us do cleanups. They've been helping us with the Know Your Knots challenge. So we all agree on one thing, and that's litter shouldn't be in the environment. So that's kind of a collaborative message and framework that we're working through. And through them, they've been connecting with other wreck fishers. So, you know, finding those common areas of common ground that you can explore collaboration with your key stakeholder market that you're trying to engage is really, really important.
Yeah, so we've had some involvement with Ozfish, and they participated in so each year we've had a oyster industry cleanup in Port Stephens, Wallace Lake and the Manning. And yeah, in the Manning it's a bit broader group, so it's not just the oyster farmers, and Ozfish have been involved for the last couple of years. And Angus Fanning, who's the person that takes care of our area, he's really keen, has already expressed an interest in helping out post-flood and with the cleanup. So yeah, so I think there are some opportunities, Hayley, here, and it's encouraging that you might have some kind of seed funding there to help make them happen. Because I was just thinking, when you're talking about the stadium in Townsville, well, there's a football stadium in Newcastle as well. So they might be receptive if, you know, one of the other NRL teams has already demonstrated the worth of something. So, you know, and that again could be a component of what we do is, through a broader partnership. You know.
And look, I think the big success out of the stadium case study is that we went to them with something. It didn't cost them anything really to trial what we wanted them, but we needed their support, their logistical support to make that happen. And, you know, we had a meeting with them yesterday, and now they want to extend the trial for the rest of the year and make a formal partnership with Tangaroa, which is an amazing outcome. But it's because we spent the last, 4 months working with them through a project that we got funded. And they benefited from. So it wasn't I want. It was like, we want to do this together. And I think that was a really important learning for us to get a partner like that on board, was to bring something to the table.
Cool.
Anybody else got any opportunities or events coming up that they want to promote or they've heard? Campaigns?
We've got a clean-up coming up if anyone's in Port Stephens on the 1st of May at dive clean-up at the marina. Check out our Facebook page.
Awesome. Alexis can grab the link to that and we can share that.
We have some cleanups coming up as well, so I'll share that as well. Down in Sydney, and one of them at Womble next week.
And if anybody thinks of anything, like once we wrap up today, You've all been in contact with PETA, so maybe just flick PETA across some notes or dates or links or whatever. And PETA, if you don't mind collating that stuff, and we can work together on that wrap-up email that gets sent out to everybody.
Yep, that's fine.
Awesome. All right, just the last little point on our SWAT was any threats that are coming up, and I have a potential threat that I'd like to share, but I'd like other people to identify any threats that they've been able to see coming up first.
Just the uncertainty hasn't gone away. We still don't know whether we're going to be either or neither. It's just dragging on.
What was that? Sorry, I missed that.
The uncertainty hasn't gone away yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And look, I think that part of dealing with that is to make a plan B for everything. And that way you're never kind of caught up short, is to say, okay, well, you know, and today is a perfect example of plan B. I'm in Queensland and I really, really wanted to be there, but they haven't actually lifted mask wearing restrictions in Queensland until 8 o'clock tonight. And so, you know, planning Alexis, who lives in New South Wales, to come up, you know, over a week ago is my plan B. And we just need to be considering that when we're planning things now, is to say, well, what if we went into lockdown? How could we still minimise loss moving forward? And it's easier in some things than others, but if we can start thinking that way, then maybe we don't get sideswiped as many times as we would if it was unplanned. Anybody else got a threat or a risk they want to throw on the table?
Funding is always the major one. Lack thereof, or a lack of continuity.
Yeah. And look, you know, as part of that, these networks provide a way to minimise that risk as well. You know, I was talking to Mandy at Take 3 last week about this, or earlier this week about this, was to say, you know, if we as a group, you know, organise a couple of high campaigns, projects, outcomes that we want to deliver, and we all, you know, go in and find $1,000 each to make it happen, it's a lot easier than one organisation having to go and find $10,000 or $15,000 on their own. So, you know, utilise the network, look for support in grants, see how we can value add. That is how we build strength within this kind of framework, because it's not left up to just one person, and which is really important, because we're all going for the same outcomes. So, you know, really utilising these networks, I think, is really important. And you know, a couple of good examples come out of source reduction projects and other projects that have been presented today, where they've not just been a government project or an industry project or a science project or an NGO project. They've been a collaboration, and you can find that the government can do some stuff that the other sectors can't, and you can find that the NGO sector can do stuff that the government can't do. And so in some cases you can even get a bigger, better outcome because we all bring our strengths to the table, and quite often that makes it bigger than it would have normally come to. So, you know, what we say about risks and threats are just finding a better way of doing things or other opportunities. But money's always hard, I know. I guess the only other one that I wanted to add, unless anyone got anything else to add on the threats, is just about the greenwash that's happening in the space. And I'm sure all of you guys are getting spammed on your social medias about, you know, new products that are claiming to be this or that or whatever, and more sustainable and ocean plastic and reusable and refillable. And they all sound really amazing and are solving the problem. But I would just say that there's a lot of companies out there that are claiming a lot of stuff that might not be all that accurate. And if it sounds too good to be true, if it sounds like it solves an issue that we've been trying to solve for a decade and it just pops out of the blue, maybe just do a little bit more research. So, you know, companies claiming to make things out of ocean plastic, I guarantee 100% the ocean plastic is not coming from Australia. It's being imported most likely from China. It's got no way to, you know, track where it's actually come from or how or where it's been recycled or come into. So the footprint around that stuff offsets the goodness of what they're trying to do. So just, I just urge everyone, a bit of due diligence. before promoting stuff and before, you know, backing stuff, just make sure that you really understand. And there's some really serious questions that companies and others need to be asked before making claims about things. Otherwise, we actually end up having this whole sector overtaken by marketing companies instead of organisations that are actually trying to get a good environmental outcome. So that's a risk that and a threat that I see to this sector, and I see it growing day by day. And we can all do something about that by just doing a bit of research before we throw the dollars in, and make sure we are actually supporting best practice and fit for purpose. Okay, well, would someone like to attempt to do a summary for today? Alexis, have you got some notes from today, or Peter, do you guys want to do a bit of a wrap up of what we've been through and a bit of a thank you at the end?
Before we wrap up, which is a very intimidating part, is there anyone else that would like to speak to what they've been doing? Comments, ideas?
Well, I'll just say one thing. It's wonderful to see so many women today presenting, women on the screen, just great. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That is nice. Well said. Okay, so I guess to wrap up, we've seen a bit of data come out of Andy and out of the intended deposit scheme, and out of Chris's work with bottles. We've seen that there's a really great opportunity there for all of us to be utilising data and analysing the work that we do ongoing, really prioritising and making our work efficient, like has been said already many times, collaborating, using each other's creative input, because creativity is never really original. It's always, you know, a process, and we're building on each other's work and ideas. We've heard from all kinds of organisations today. We've put our voices to the EPA, although Mateo is now left. It was great to have that representation here, and hopefully we can all team up for more funding for these kinds of activities ongoing. I hope you've all taken some inspiration. I hope you've all learned something about whether it's microplastics or foreign objects or you know, a new type of turtle that you haven't heard of before. And yeah, I really look forward to seeing what the Hunter region comes up with as a community. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Can I just say a big thank you to everyone who travelled today and everyone who logged in online. Big special thank you to Jess for organising the library and the catering once again. And yeah, huge thanks to Peter. Yeah, it's, I know she, like, you know, it's a bit out of her comfort zone, and it's been a really great opportunity. So, and thank you, Heidi, as always. You're one of a kind, and we always really benefit from hearing from you and getting the latest on what's going on. So appreciate your input today.
No worries. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, guys, next year.
I'd say. Right, thanks everyone. Travel safe.
Thanks, everybody.
Oh, one more thing. People online, I think there may be a link being sent around for event evaluation. So everyone that's here, if you could scan QR code, if you can scan those, it's a fairly simple feedback form. And that
Maybe
will
we can hold that up to the screen, to the camera.
And then after you see the
don't know if you guys, that would work. You want to try it? Otherwise, I'll send you the link.
It's amazing how well they pick up, I find.
Working.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We put it closer.
Yeah, it's just come up a bit blurry, Brian. It's not picking up.
Yeah.
Oh, mine worked. I got it.
Well done.
That's all right. We'll I'll send the link to the form.
Yeah, well, if you've got it there, just pop it in the chat.
I don't have it on there.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, but we'll do it in the follow-up. Right. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Hannah, you went in the room. Yes. No, thank you, Jess. I was going to actually say thank you to Jess.